Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Bill Brown. We have a special thing today, and it's going to be a goodie, and it's going to pertain to all your lives and what's going to happen to you, every bit of you. So, Frosty, you want to just start from here?
Well, I just would say that there's been some misinformation about the central bank digital currency that was put out last month, and we're going to try to clarify some of that misinformation without putting out more misinformation. But somebody put the cart before the horse, and it, it's kind of a problem.
Mr. Cricket, please do with the countdown. Sure would appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to have to fire that cricket. Anyway, so we're going to start here. Before we start, is there anything anybody want to say here?
Every one of them numbers was $20.
That sounds good enough with me. $20 it is. Here we go. We'll start this thing right off. And let's see what we can do here.
If you take money from the government in any form, whether that's Social Security.
That's the important part right there. That's the question. If you take money in any form from the government, in any form, and he's going to explain that, whether it be Social Security, whether it be disability, any kind of disability, military, retiree, welfare. Let's say a hurricane comes through, your house is totally destroyed, you've lost everything, you've got maybe you got a $500 in the bank, but for whatever reason the bank got wiped out in that hurricane and you can't even get to the bank to get it. The government's going to step in and they're going to provide you assistance. But if you want any kind of monetary system, you're going to have the central bank digital currency in order to get paid by the government. Just like anybody in the military will have to have it. Anybody who's got a contract with the government, in order to get paid, they're going to have it. And what I also want to point out at this time is there was a lot of misinformation that came out last month on this. And then they had some fact checkers go in and fact check it. Well, the fact checkers are actually correct, because the misinformation, and I'll just give it to you here. Let's see, what did they say? What the claim was that Biden is set to roll out a cash-free system this December via a newly formed central bank digital currency. Well, that's a misinformation. There's there's not much happening in December. The pilot program that they're going to put into effect is not going to start till around July of next year. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. We're going to try to clear some of it up, and without giving misinformation. But what they did is they got the cart before the horse. in for the most part, and we're going to try to get that cart back in front of them, or that horse back in front of the cart now a little bit, and show you the progression. I mean, if you want the train to go from the East Coast to the West Coast, you have to lay the track, and they're just in the process of laying the track. That train ain't coming down the track just yet.
All I got to say is everybody just pay attention, please, because this is going to be your livelihood. This is going to be it. Take control of your money. You're done. That's it. So we'll start it up here then.
Security, a pension, or something else, you may very well soon not be able to receive those payments anymore if you do not sign up for the United States Central Bank digital currency coming soon. One thing that a lot of you guys pointed out in the comment section of that video were questions about pensions and social security payments. Basically, anytime the government wants to send you money, the question was, could this be used to force people into signing up for the CBDC? I think the answer to that is actually yes. And so we need to look at one part of this framework on regulating crypto to come up with the answer. Take a look with me here. It says agencies will encourage the adoption of instant payment systems like FedNow, and they'll use instant payment systems for their own transactions where appropriate, like in the distribution of money for disaster, emergency payments, or, this was the key one, other government to consumer payments. Now, this FedNow system that's being referenced here is the infrastructure that will be used if the United States ever does launch a central bank digital currency in the future. So when they're talking about encouraging agencies across the board in the federal government to start using these instant payment systems in order to test them and check for bugs and make sure they work and get everybody on board, this is just one step closer to using systems like this for all payments. So when we look here and it says, in the context of distribution of disaster, emergency, or other government to consumer payments, what they're talking about here is, hey, we have some sort of, a Hurricane Katrina situation going on. If we want to send out emergency payments, you've got to sign up for the CBDC, or at least the precursor to it. If you want to get your Social Security payments, you got to sign up for the CBDC. If you want to get your pension payments, you got to sign up for the CBDC. If you want your payments to go through for other government services, the government's paying for you to get government services, whether it's healthcare, military, something like that, you've got to sign up for the CBDC. So especially intra-government payments from one agency to another, or from one government agency to like a contractor, they will increasingly start using systems built with or on or in conjunction with FedNow. Again, that's the infrastructure for the CBDC. That's the or in conjunction with FedNow. Again, that's the infrastructure for the CBDC. That's the instant payment system that the Federal Reserve is launching next.
Yeah,
Let's go on.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say this is a scam, a very
Next
bad
July.
scam.
So after next July, in July 20.
What they're more or less saying is that they're getting all these corporations together to agree with the government. And if the government doesn't agree with these corporations, well, they'll smash them. They don't want them. So the corporations are scared, so now they're going to implement what the government wants, the CBDC. For instance, like your credit cards, they're all involved in it now. You can't buy gold if you get the CBDC. You can't buy silver. You can't do anything once you get yourself involved in this CBCD. Doggone, it's hard. CBDC, excuse me, which is crazy because they actually handle your money. You don't do nothing. You work. It's calculated in the central bank, and if you want something, you can use your phone. And eventually, what they're going to do is put a chip in your arm to implement your transaction. And if the government doesn't care for you, or something's wrong, they'll stop your transaction, no matter what it is. Then what do you do? Go on.
Well, see, when you get down to it, see, they're not telling you any of this, and some of us that have been around we know that when is the government really come in and tried to help you? Well, the government isn't even doing this because the financial system isn't controlled by the government so much as the financial system controls the government. The Federal Reserve is a private bank. You can't even know who the board of directors are. You can't know who the shareholders are. You can't audit their books. You can't find out anything really about them because they won't tell you because they're a private company and the government has never forced them to provide any of this information. And that was made pretty clear when the head of the Federal Reserve came before Congress. I think it was Bernanke, and they were asking about auditing his books, and he says, "Well, you're just not going to do it. We're not giving them to you." For them. But the, what we can look at is other countries that have already started this, like China. And what China did was they said, well, we're going to give away $1,000 or whatever amount of money it was to the first 10,000 people that sign up for this. So hurry up, get signed up and everything. See if you can get within that first 10,000. You're going to get, free money. Well, once they had the people signed up, they told them, they said, well, you can't buy gold, you can't buy silver, you can't buy digital currencies. And there were probably some other things in there that they said they couldn't do. So right there, right from the beginning, they're telling them what they can do and what they can't do. So at any point down the line, they can, for whatever reason they decide, tell you can't do something. So they're taking away any free will that you have. I mean, let's say I want to buy a new gasoline car. Well, if they don't approve of you buying that, you're not going to be able to buy it. And they're not getting rid of cash right away. They can't, because if they did that, they would scare people off. The whole point of boiling a frog is to get them into the pond. You have to get them into the pond. It has to look nice, warm, inviting. There's got to be a lot of bugs there for them to eat and keep them happy. But once you get them into that pot of water, then you put the lid on and turn the heat up.
Make sure they're fat and cricket fed, so they
Yeah.
can't even jump out if they want to.
They'll be full of crickets because that was another executive order that was signed by Biden to invest for the government to give money to biomanufacturing, and that is the Beyond Meat, the fake burger, the fake hamburger, the manufactured lab petri dish hamburger, the Frankenfood,
The Impossible Burger.
Yeah. And it also goes to, when they talk about bio, they're talking about putting insects in your food. They've already started it. They're drying out crickets and grinding them up into a flour-like substance to add to products that'll be coming to your store. That's what this is all about. That's what these executive orders are all about. Now, that's a little bit different than the digital currency that we're talking about, but it's the same general thing. If they want you to buy these products with crickets in it, they'll mandate that these crickets are put into this food and sold. What's the guy manufacturing it going to do? Well, if he's in the cricket business, he loves it. But if you're in the consumer business and you want to eat crickets, or maybe you don't want to eat them, let's say, you don't think it might be good it just might not be good for you. If you come to that conclusion, you're probably a pretty reasonable individual. You might not want to eat that. Well, if they put it in all the products, just like they do, high fructose corn syrup and soybean oil, well, it's in almost everything. Look in the box that you bought at the grocery store. Look at the products that you're buying. Almost everything has those two things in it. And if they want you to have crickets in there, they'll put them in there, and nothing you can do about it in the end.
a lot of people don't even realize, but actually there's a lot of insect ingredients in a lot of food and have been for a long time as well. I'll just give you one example off the top of my head. Most of that nice shiny coat that you see on a lot of them produce there, yeah, that comes from, I believe it's crickets. It might
No,
not be
it's
though.
lac. I think it's a lac. It's a lac bug.
It's a lac bug?
Yeah, it's actually a bug that is specifically uh, oh, a habitat is created for it so they can get the product that it secretes,
Right.
and that's
Yes. They call it shellac, but
yeah,
it's shellac made from bugs, right? So that's just
right.
one example.
Yeah, it's made from the lac bug itself, and
Right.
shellac is the name. But I mean, that coats a lot of your medicines, the pills, the capsules, and
Candies.
things. Yeah, so I mean, and that's been going on for a long time and is fairly harmless. It's not going to harm you. But let's say, for example, you have a shellfish allergy and you're eating food that has crickets in it. You could end up with an anaphylactic reaction, end up in the hospital or emergency room. You know, in the worst case, you might die from it if you have a reaction to shellfish, because crickets have some of the same uh, properties as shellfish. So, you know, nobody knows. I mean, they didn't roll this out and do studies on it. Well, how many crickets are good for you to eat in a day? I mean, they didn't do any studies. They don't know any long-term impacts. It's just something that they found a cheap way to do something to add to the food supply to get a profit off of. So I mean, and it's not just crickets. There's going to be other insects already being introduced. There's other insects that are already in food products. They're just not out for sale. I mean, they've been testing this. That's what these bio laboratories are about.
Yeah.
And if you happen to see this name, and I wish you would, when you go shopping, look for this name here, and that means crickets. Akita domesticus, if I'm saying
Awesome.
it right. So
Yeah.
Yummy.
yeah. So I mean, look at your labeling, and if you see that word, that means it's crickets in there, ground up crickets.
Well,
So
if the executive order that is pushing this and funding it, pushing money at it to develop it, if you think that's a good idea, well, then you're going to love this financial uh, executive order too, because it's going to give you a lot of things that you don't want eventually. But in the near term, in the future, they're going to offer you a lot of things that you might think are really nice. But but you're just that frog in the pot of water. Once they get enough frogs in there, they're going to put the lid on, and then the temperature's going up. And you're going to become quite uncomfortable because eventually down the road, you don't have free will to decide what you're going to buy or what you want to buy. They'll decide this for you. If they don't like what you want to buy, they won't allow it, and you won't be able to purchase it any other way. They're not doing away with cash right away. They can't. But when enough businesses, how does the business want to get paid? Well, they want to get paid right now. They don't want to wait 2 or 3 days, and they don't want to send someone to the bank. You see it all the time. A business will go to the bank and deposit the day's receipt into the bank, and it might be 3, 4 days, maybe even a week before they actually have availability of those funds. Well, with this central bank digital wallet, let's just call it that because it's easier to say, central bank digital wallet, you can have it instantly. And what business wouldn't want that? You go into the store, you buy their product, they get instantly credited for it, and they can now use that money to buy more product and have a delivery made that afternoon of more product that they sold out. So they're not going to take cash. They're just not going to take it.
I'd
the
like to
best,
elaborate on something Frosty said a bit ago
you're roboting.
as well about
You're roboting.
um, Oh, right, of course. Testicles, 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 testicles,
Hmm.
testicles, testicles, testicles,
That sounds good.
testicles. Are we good now?
Uh,
Yeah.
if you're a Berkeley, I guess that sounds good.
um, okay, I was just saying, just to elaborate on what Frosty was saying a bit ago about the government not having any control over that or whatnot. The actual reality is that there is no government. There's only the personification of government, or government de facto representation of government, not true government by its actual definition. And what you actually have is no different than that whole 100% pure beef incorporated scenario going on here. And mark my words, you've heard the rhetoric before that only people who, like for taxes, for instance, only people that don't have something to hide wouldn't want to be transparent about things and whatnot. That's where this is all going with the next, taking the chip and all that kind of stuff. They're going to use that same rhetoric. And that was all just preconditioning. Mark my words. They're going to start to get people used to the idea to secondary police themselves the same way they're doing in China, which is just a prototype for the rest of the world. Same thing with Nazi Germany. And they're going to get people used to calling out criminals preconditionally and preliminary just because they refuse to accept a chip, i.e., only somebody who has something to hide. Only a criminal won't accept the chip. Right? And they're going to get people used to this. So mark my words, that's what's coming.
Which makes a lot of sense. All right.
2023, we will start seeing little tests, little drips. Hey, we're gonna, if you want this, it's got to be through FedNow. If you want this, they're going to start adding onto that list little by little by little, slowly getting the United States citizens used to using this system little by little. And eventually it'll get to the point where they're going to say, hey, it's no longer going to be done through your bank account. This is just going to be done through a separate account held directly at the Federal Reserve. That's going to be the final transition over to a fully fledged CBDC, is when the accounts are held in a central bank with the Federal Reserve in the case of the United States. And so the answer to the question that everybody was asking is absolutely yes. They could absolutely force, if they wanted to, a huge portion of the population into signing up for a CBDC, because if you want your Social Security checks, you're going to have to do it that way now. If you want your pension payments, you're going to have to do it that way now. Whatever it is, whether it's military, disability, or anything else, if you want to get your payments, you're going to have to get it through the CBDC. Now, personally, this is where I say it's a line in the sand that we cannot cross. Never sign up for a CBDC, regardless of what they're promising you. And there will be a lot of people that do sign up for it. The reason why I'm so much of an advocate for just saying no, even if it is free money, even if you do get to use it for what you want, is because if we all just say no, it won't happen. Now, I know there will be a lot of people that will sign up, and there are a lot of sheep that don't know what's going on, or if they do, they're going to be praising themselves along their descent into darkness the entire way. But I think the more of us who just say no, the better. Also, it's not as if you're going to be able to use this for the things that you really want. They're going to have complete control over how these transactions are made. You're not going to be able to use it to buy Bitcoin. You're not going to be able to use it to buy gold. You're not going to be able to use it to buy silver or pew-pews or anything like that. They're going to have very tight controls over how this money is spent.
Break. Yeah, that's the thing, and one of the big deals is pushing in this climate control transitioning everyone off of hydrocarbons through climate control. And that'll be some of the things that they'll dictate to you what you can buy and what you can't buy, because that's the whole plan, to get you off of hydrocarbons. And they really don't care how many people die in the process. They really don't. They're trying to implement it way too fast. And here's how one of the ways you can tell that this plan is misguided. Let's take the company Deloitte, which is they're not implementing this. They're simply advising the people who can implement it. They're simply advising them. They've got computers and computer models and everything. But here's how you know there's no computer model that has ever been developed or ever will be developed that can take the total global climate and all the nuances and put it into that model. It's impossible because climate is changing daily. It's changing hourly. It's changing minute by the minute in some cases. How many times has the sun been shining, everything's rosy, and 10 minutes later it's raining on you? I mean, there's no way that they can do that across the entire planet. Now, at the same time, the economy is the same way. The world economy is the same way. There's too much going on. There's too many transactions happening and billions of them daily. So there's no computer model that they could develop that could predict what the result would be. Now, if Deloitte could do that, they'd have all the money in the world because they developed it, right? They're developing this computer model. And if it was accurate, nobody else would have any money. They'd have it all. They'd, because they would know how to do it. So it's totally impossible. The stuff you're hearing about climate change and it being an emergency, that's just an excuse and that people easily buy into to go down this road. And it's a road to disaster, especially how quick they want to implement it. I mean, we seen Congress woman Tlaib. She had the banks in front of her, and she wanted them to commit to doing it right now. Do not invest in any hydrocarbon companies that are developing hydrocarbons, even if they're trying to transition out of it. Stop today. That's the commitment she wanted. Well, that's like throwing a light switch and saying, okay, now you can't get in your car and drive to work. You just got to find another way. You can't use your air conditioning. And if you live down here in Florida, if you don't have air conditioning, especially if you got any kind of maybe health problems or maybe you're getting up there in age, you're not going to be able to stay alive through too many summers down here if you don't have availability. So they don't care, but they don't care. They don't care who gets crushed and who's going to get crushed. The poorest people are going to get hurt the worst. The middle class is going to get hurt, but the wealthy, well, they'll have enough money. It might be a little painful for them because they want to hang on to that money, but they have enough money to get through it all. They'll pay for whatever they need to pay for. They're not going to be affected to the point that the majority of people will. That's all.
This is why that right now your charge cards companies are like snitching on you if you want to buy a weapon or ammunition. You know, they won't do it. They won't allow the transaction. The government talked to them already. So if you want an ammunition or guns or anything that the government says no way, the charge cards are going to stop you. This is the government's.
A toaster could be on the list eventually.
Mhm.
Maybe a blender, whatever they don't want you to use because you're using too much electricity. You got to stop that because we can't charge our cars.
It might sound funny, but it's true. It is true. What are you saying? But it is true. They're going after the charge cards companies now, credit cards, and they're agreeing to it. They're agreeing to it. And the government either says either do it our way or no way. We're going to just dissolve you as a company. And this is what they're doing. They can say
Cancel
whatever they
culture.
want.
It's cancel culture for companies too.
Hmm. Yeah. And this is why they're implementing this global thing. I understand that we do have some problems, but you just don't shut the light off and try to walk in the dark without tripping over something. You know what I mean? You got to slow down with this. Our technology is not made for it yet. And they're just going to, our infrastructure, electrical, is not ready for it. It's not going to handle it. It's going to be an overload. And you already see an example of that in California. All right. Anything else? All right.
No, that's pretty much it.
So in the way that Dr. Zelenko was banned off of Twitter, your listeners, we could have our money turned on and off. And the Vatican clearly knows, when the Vatican, by the way, is also part of the World Economic Forum team, the Vatican, Pope Francis, he clearly knows what's going on because he instructed the Vatican to move all of their funds, all their money, to the Vatican Bank by September 30th of 2022. Now, I'm not the kind of guy that likes to hop on these shows and name dates because I'm not a prophet. I'm not somebody who has a clairvoyant look into the future. What I can say, though, is that Pope Francis has instructed the Vatican entities to move all their money into the Vatican Bank by September 30th of 2022. And I do know that Joe Biden's Executive Order 14067, moving us into programmable currency, central bank digital currencies, that goes into effect on December 13th of 2022. December 13th of 2022.
No, that's misinformation there. That's misinformation there. There's nothing happening on December. You know, they're rolling out a pilot program in July of 2023. And this is a pilot programs where they work out additional bugs. They're already putting the infrastructure there. They're getting their participants in corporate America to go along with them and participate in this. They roll out this pilot program. They work out the kinks. They work out the bugs. They make it look all warm and inviting. Come on, frog, hop in the pot. It's beautiful. You're gonna have the best day of your life. That's what's going to be going on here. But you know, there's nothing being really implemented in December to be alarmed about.
Now remember that anything the government controls turns into a disaster, and it does everything. They can't handle anything. They can't even handle the United States right now, the way things are right now. And basically, they don't want to because they want a good chaos.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's not the government that's even doing this. I mean, all Biden did was open up the floodgates. Imagine you're at the dam and water is filling up and you got to release some water. All he did was open up the floodgates for these things to take place. He's not telling them what to do exactly, except for people within the government. He says you're going to use these things for interagency transactions. In other words, if the IRS wants to receive money and their budget funding, they'll do it through this bank account that they'll have with the central bank. Everybody will be eventually doing business with the central bank with their own account at that central bank. So these are not even government people that are running the central bank. Once again, this is the Federal Reserve. They are the central bank for America. They're unelected. We don't even know who they are on the board of directors or their shareholders. We don't know what their books look like. Why would you want to put your total financial life in the hands of them and let them dictate to you? And government isn't going to be able to stop them because everyone in Congress is going to have that same digital wallet, because how do they get their paycheck? They get their paycheck from the government, okay? But now they're going to have, if they want their paycheck, they're going to have to open up a central bank digital currency or a central bank digital wallet in order for them to get paid. Do you think they want to get shut off? I mean, everyone in Congress will be singing the same tune. There won't be these two factions fighting against each other, because if you don't like the narrative that the unelected central bankers want to hear, they'll just shut you off.
And if you're a tradesman and you want to do a side job to get extra money, you can't do it. You can't put that underneath your pocket there and walk away. It's going to have to be digital if you want to get paid, and they're going to know about it and take taxes out of it. So it's a no-win situation for people in America. Trust me. They'll have control of your money. Everything. They'll know everything. They'll see everything. And like Frosty said before, if you decide to protest, they have these cameras out here. They get a facial recognition. They see who we are, find out what your name is, bang, you're cut off of your money.
Now you can't buy food, you can't buy gas, you can't buy anything, because businesses are only going to accept that method of payment because they want to be paid now. They're not going to take cash. They don't want cash. And cash will eliminate itself just because nobody's going to accept it eventually, because they want this ability to be paid right now. You know, pay me this morning for something, and I can take that money and have a delivery of more product in the afternoon. It's that simple. So that's how they get them to go along with it. But at the same time, these businesses are going to be under the gun too, because they're going to be dictated to, just like they're dictating no cash. If the central bank says, well, you can't sell this product anymore because we don't like it. It doesn't meet our goals or the kind of world that we want. So you can't sell that anymore. What are they going to do? They're going to stop selling it because they don't want to have their digital wallet turned off either. So, I mean, it's total tyranny is what it is in the end. I mean, I don't want to take you, I don't want to start out and just tell you, hey, it's total tyranny, because if you don't see how it's possible for them to do it, you'll never believe that you'll ever arrive at total tyranny. But I mean, they're not doing this on a whim. They've thought this through very carefully. It's already been tried and experimented with in various places. And, you know, when they roll out this pilot program, start working out the bugs, they're going to start getting people, and people are just going to blindly think, oh, that's wonderful. Fed now service. Oh, boy, I can do instant this and instant that. Well, you know, yeah, you can, but you're going to lose your free will in the end. That's the problem.
The bad thing about it,
nothing the government can do to help you. The government won't be able to help you.
the bad thing about this is that right now they're doing it. You know, how many times you've seen somebody just wave their phone over a credit card machine? Boom, you're out. Okay, thank you. They're doing it now. A lot of places won't accept cash now. You got to use your phone. That's what they're doing right now over at Sam's Club. If you're a new member, you don't get a card, little credit card. They wanted it on your phone. However, they do accept money so far. When you go to register, they do accept it. But that's going to change eventually.
Yeah, that's down the road. They don't want to scare you by doing away with cash immediately, but it's going to be a natural occurrence once they get enough participation. And they will get millions of people participating, because take the person that is on Social Security, that's their only income, and they're retired, maybe they're 85 years old. Do you think they're not going to sign up? They have to sign up to get that Social Security. If they want to eat and continue to live under a roof someplace or some kind of shelter, they're going to have to sign up or be totally cut off from their income.
Okay?
Was criticizing Mitt Romney's promise to loosen the new regulations on the big banks in Wall Street, but it was how Biden said it.
He's going to let the big banks once again write their own rules. Unchain Wall Street. They're going to put you all back in chains.
So government is investing in biomanufacturing. They're pushing money towards it. They're supporting it. They're subsidizing it. Now, let's say they're going to know when you go to the grocery store, everything you buy when you have that central bank digital wallet. They're going to be able to track everything you buy in that store. And if you're buying real meat and you're not eating that petri dish meat that they're trying to sell, they're going to limit you. I won't say that. I mean, this is in the future. They could limit you. Let's put it that way. They could limit you on the purchase of actual beef, let's say, or pork, chicken, or whatever they want. They can actually limit the amount that you can buy. And if you don't cooperate within that limit, well, they can just quit doing business with you because you broke the rules that they just put in place. I mean, you see it happen all the time in these financial companies. They're always updating their terms of service and their legal agreements and whatever it is that whatever it is that they want to limit, they're adding to it. Now, and they tell you, well, if you don't like it, you can just unsubscribe and don't use our service. That's your option. You either go along with what we're dictating to you, or you can't use our service. It's not going to be any different than what is happening now. If you're buying too much meat, and you're not buying enough of that petri dish meat, well, they're going to do something to change that, and that's how they're going to do it.
Graham's right here. He says, "Look how crazy people got when people wasn't wearing a mask. They did too. They were going nuts. Hey, where's your mask at? How come you ain't wearing one? Don't you know there's something out here? You're going to give me something." Yeah, right.
Right.
Biggest con in the world.
And they'll do it under national security because they're doing that with climate change now. They don't know the results of climate change. They don't have the proof. It's impossible. but they're gonna say that it's a national emergency. It's national security. You have to do this because of national security. You've got to get rid of your hydrocarbons, everything hydrocarbon. It's for national security. That's what the government's position is going to be, depending on maybe which party's in power. But increasingly, they're all going to be on the same page once they have their central bank digital wallet. Because if they don't sport the same narrative that the central bank controllers, whoever they are, and we'll never know because they won't tell us. If you don't support their narrative, go along with their program and what they want to do, well, you're just not going to be a participant. You're not going to be able to get your paycheck if it comes from the government, like a senator or a House of Representative, anybody in the executive branch. You're not going to get it. Now, how are you going to feed yourself? How are you going to keep the roof over your head? How are you going to take care of your family? Well, you're not. So you're going to go along to get along.
People got to realize that, what's going on with the government right now. They're not running America like they should. They could care less. Really, they could care less. And you can see it. You see it in our schools. You see the immigrants coming in here. You see us getting less and less food on the shelves. Prices are going up. Inflation's going up. And do you hear them say anything about it? No, nothing at all. All they talk about is abortion. You know, damn Republicans. It's both parties that are doing it.
And
Not just one.
immigration. Anything they're talking about is a distraction. They're not talking about this. Now, Bill Brown, you did say that Bongino on his show on Fox News, he brought it up for the first time today.
Yeah, first time I seen it today. Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's not been in the news, and they've known about this all along. We're always going to be hearing about it, something, but it's something that has already happened. It, you won't get news, you'll get the history because it happened, maybe a month ago, maybe 6 months ago. You'll always be behind the eight ball if you're trying to listen to the news. But you can investigate this yourself. You can go to whitehouse.gov and the information is on there if you click in the right spots. You got to do your own investigation, but I mean, it's right there. They're telling you what they're doing. They're telling you what their plan is. And they're not trying to scare anybody at this point. They don't want to scare anybody because they need enough frogs to jump in this pot. Because you can't have boiled frog to feed the whole family if you just got one frog. You need a bunch of frogs in there so everybody can feast. Well, they're going to feast on you. You're that frog.
And when you hear that word disinformation, lying, in other words, don't believe it. Check it up on yourself. Take about 15, half an hour to check it out. We give you the information here. We give you all the documentation you need to check it out. Check it out. Check it out for yourself. See if we're lying. We're trying to help you out. We're not here for our health. God knows we're not. We're 70 years old. you know, we're here to try to help you out as much as we possibly can. We have nothing to gain by this.
The worst of it we'll probably never see.
hmm But yeah, it's just if you can trust your government, fine, do what you want to do. But I'm telling you, you know, I mean, for the years that we lived, both me and Frosty, the weather comes, the weather goes. The only problem is that they have more technology that they can show you what's going on. But it's always been here with this dramatic hurricanes and tornadoes, tsunamis. It's just you never knew about it because it wasn't that good for broadcasting from our technology. Now we got, this world's getting smaller. But yeah, if you can trust your government, fine and dandy, do it. But I'm telling you, you will get it at the end. They will control you to tell you what to buy. And I'll tell you something else that I know for sure. When you get old enough, you need medical, forget about it. They won't pay for it. They can do it too. So now what do you do?
They can dictate what they will pay for. Oh, well, that's too expensive. We're not going to allow that.
Yeah, she's too
Now,
old. Or
now,
he's too
now,
old. Yeah.
now, if you're in that upper class, that the people who are in power, and I'm not talking about empowering government, but I'm talking about empower of the currency. If if you're up there in that level of chairman of the Fed, well, you know, they'll get approved. They'll get approved for any procedure they want medically, because hey, they're in power. Got to keep them alive so you can keep the rest of the people down. I mean, they're not going to hurt. They'll get whatever they want, but you're not going to. I mean, that just stands to reason. That's the way it works now. If you don't have the money, if you don't to buy insurance, you know, you're not going to get the best care. Chances are, you're not going to get the, you know, $100,000 pill that keeps you alive.
And once they have their money, what does it say that they won't start charging you for your money just to do a transaction? You know, to go and get your paycheck. You know, just to do things.
Which they've been doing already for a long time. As you can see,
Yeah.
these narrative stages have been set already.
Mm-hmm.
People are so
You're
used
right.
to that. I think 30 years ago, the idea that somebody would have to make some kind of a transaction payment in their bank account would have spelt war. You know, 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
Another good example is you want to fly on an airplane. What happened? Well, they put up all these security measures. You got to go through some screening. You got to maybe go through an X-ray. You got to go through a pat down. You got to give up what would be your constitutional protections, and they get away with it because they're private. You'd
right.
say, well, that's illegal. The government
No,
can't
it's not.
do that. Well, the government's not doing this. The unelected, wealthy, in charge of the financial system is going to have more control. Go back to that screen or that thumbnail of Rothschild. What does he say? Give me control of the money supply, and I care not who makes the laws.
Just like in YouTube right now, that's why there's, you know, people complain we don't have freedom of speech in YouTube or these other platforms. That's because they're private platforms, not in public. Same thing.
So they don't have to honor. They don't have to honor any constitutional rights, because that's only between us and the government. They're not the government, so they can do it to you. They're under no obligation to follow the Constitution.
And better yet, if you have a complaint about YouTube or Google or whatever, try to call them up, see what happens. See how far you get with them. See if you can get a complaint department. See what they tell you, if you do get one.
Hello, you have called enter 7 to put in.
Yeah.
Someone's putting in a transaction and inadvertently fat fingers a keystroke and blocks your central bank digital currency wallet. Can you imagine the hell you're going to have to go through to get that back on? And you're not going to be able to buy food. You're not going to be able to pay your rent. You're not going to be able to pay your phone bill, electric bill, gas bill, whatever bills you have. You'd be able to pay anything until you get back in there. And who knows how long that's going to take. And talk about privacy. Well, the government's been hacked. They're not only will the central bank have all your information, but these companies they're going to use to process all this information and keep track of everything, they're going to have access to all your private information. So, I mean, just like the government has been hacked, the VA was hacked, and tens of thousands of veterans had their information out there in the hands of people that should have never been able to get it because they were hacked. I don't care what system you have. Everything is hackable. So privacy is a huge issue.
Ever since the computers came out, we've had more and more privacy being interrupted in our lives, and people get their house stolen or their Money stolen. Look at VA. They stole information out of VA people, veterans. Government don't give a damn.
Nothing they can do about it once it's stolen.
Nope. Didn't even try to find out who the people were, to put an alert to them or something. Nothing. The government doesn't have an obligation to protect you. You do. They don't give a damn. All they're trying to do is just take away your fake money. And it's fake money. I could use a monopoly money and use that instead of using theirs and still make currency, with other people if they wanted to wheel and deal. But this is the way the government is. We're so used to be domesticated, brainwashed that, wow, we got to listen to our government. No, you don't. But again, it's up to you.
Now, without going into a lot of detail about the financial system and how it works, I'm going to lay out a scenario. It may come to pass, maybe it won't. But the scenario is this: they're going to destroy the fiat currency. And it's already started. I think it was last week. Japan, their currency was being devalued so much that they had to step in and interfere and in order to try and save it. Well, what happens when they do that is they hurt everybody else whose currency is going to decline because of what Japan did. And a lot of these fiat currencies are in every bit as bad shape as Japan is. They just haven't, well, I wouldn't say every bit as bad, because Japan, they didn't see any other way to save themselves. And that's same thing. It's going to be a domino effect now throughout these fiat currencies, because they're not worth anything anyway. They're all made out of thin air. They're all built on debt and credit and this and that, mostly debt. So once these fiat currencies start failing, they're going to step in worldwide and say, whoa, this central bank digital currency we're rolling out is going to be the savior of it.
Yeah.
Now you got the one world order run by unelected people at the top who you don't even know who. They'll be insulated. You'll never know who they are. Is that the kind of ruler you want to live under? It certainly isn't something I would admire. But a lot of people won't even think through to that point. They'll just think, oh, goody, I can get something now. Let me be the first frog in the pot.
Free crickets. So I'm making his cricket gum, I'm telling you.
Start buying that stuff.
Yep. Be ahead of the game in this woke club.
Definitely. If you can do it, just get out of the grid. But a lot of your investments right now, and I'm serious about this, you can check it out, is from China. They're investing in China. Their military, their stocks over there, their companies. That's where all your money's coming from. It's not coming from here, our stock market. They're all investing in China.
That's why they don't have a problem with communism, because if they have a problem with communism, they'll get kicked out of China, and they can't make a profit for their shareholders just on the United States citizen buying from them.
Exactly. That's why your football, leagues and basketball and everything else is all for them. And the hell with America, and China's right, and that's what it is. They got all their money over there invested. That's the only reason why they're protecting China.
And Pelosi, I believe, made a statement, something to the effect of, well, China has the perfect system.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He did. Yeah, the perfect system. Because these people don't have to rule like we do. These rich people, they don't live the same way we do. They're not in tyranny like we are.
They'll be at the top echelon, just like the Chinese Communist Party leaders. So what do they care? They're not going to be affected to the extent that we will.
No, not at all. That's why when I see these people on TV advertising, I don't even pay a mind to them. They're just celebrities, actors. That's all they are. Buy this, buy that. Hey, I've got a book here you can buy. Yeah, it's just like the
Shillism.
Queen. What? What?
Shillism. 101.
Yeah, well, yeah, really. You're right. Well, yeah, well, it's just like the Queen. I feel sorry that she died, but she was rich. She didn't have to suffer like we do. All she did was sit on her duff and corrugate her work by just saying, do this, do that, do this, do that. And that was it. She had all kinds of money, and they still do. But yet when she died, it was the biggest thing, like a party. Everybody weeping, crying, and everything else. All right, she's dead. What about the average person that dies on the street who don't have anything and goes in a doggone cardboard box and gets cremated? No big deal. We don't know the person. I
Well,
mean,
we
we
know
better
the
get our
Queen.
priorities
We know
straight.
the Queen because she's on that boob tube every day.
Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what it is, too. That boob tube. The monster. The one-eye hypnotized monster. But again, it's up to you guys up there. But I'm telling you, you're going to hear the best thing about it. Oh, this is going to be the best thing since God. Buy it. Get into it until you really get it. Just like cable. Remember cable? No advertisements. Don't worry about it. Look at it now. Prices went up. Don't
It
buy
didn't
into
last.
it.
It didn't last a year before they started putting commercials on that cable, and they
Yeah.
promised you when you signed up for cable when it first came out, they promised you no commercials. Oh, they'll never have commercials on there. Less than a year later, they were having commercials
Then they
on your
tack on this,
program.
tack
Yeah,
on that. If you want to watch the football game, it's going to cost you this much. If you want to watch blah 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 blah, it's going to cost you this. Everybody nickel you dime to death just to sit on TV and do nothing. They get fat, and you're paying
the
for it.
the central bank will be very similar to these tech company platforms in social media. They can change the terms of service anytime they want. They can tell you what you're going to buy, how much you're going to buy of it at the most, or you can't buy it at all. And there's nothing you can do about it. Your free will is gone. I'm not going to go out here and work so I can be told what I can do with my money. You know, I mean, if I want a loaf of bread, I ought to be able to buy a loaf of bread. But if it doesn't have crickets in it, I can't buy it. Well, what kind of a deal is that? I'm not. I can't live
It's
that
a
way.
loaf of crickets.
Yeah,
And I'll tell you something else too. They're getting rid of the grocery stores eventually. If you want anything, you got to order it because they don't have it available to you. I don't know how many times I heard. Well, you can always go on the internet and get it. We don't have it here. Well, that's really good. I'm going to take you out of a job. Okay, I'll go to the internet, take you out of a job. Eventually, that store's going to be closed, and they're still going to be making money.
go to your department stores and see what's inside. You don't have near the selection you used to have. And Bill Brown's right. What do they tell you? Go online. You can get it online.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but every time I order something, sometimes something goes wrong, and I got to go through the hassle, send it back to them. You know what I mean?
I
Oh,
want
you're
to.
not even a sorry. Go on.
I want to read the label. I want to read the label on what I buy. I want it in my hand. I want to physically look at it and see if I want to purchase it. I don't want to go on the internet and buy a loaf of bread and have them send me, you know, a pack of crickets.
Gum. Yeah, so it's up to you, seriously. But I'm telling you, you're going to get it. You will get it. There's no doubt about it. And
It's
if you know
coming.
anyone, big time,
It's
big
coming.
time. The biggest thing since America's been born. The biggest thing. And this is the whole thing. This is what they wanted all along. They implemented this.
They have two positions. They have the wealthy at the top, and then they have the slaves at the bottom. They have two positions, the master and the slave. And If you can't sign up and get into that master class, well, there's only one position left for you, and that's the slave class.
Yep. They'll do it too.
Freddie was telling me this morning that France outlawed homeschooling with very, very few exceptions as of this morning.
Wow, that's
Wow.
huge. These people
You're-
are evil. These people are evil that are doing this, in my opinion.
I would really like to know, and I'm going to try to find out if I can. In Congress, do they have a transgender bathroom where when Nancy Pelosi sits in the stall, some guy can walk in? I would really like to know that. And use the same stall she's in. Seriously. And I also would like to know what school do those kids go to? And what are they getting being taught? You can't even teach your own kids. These are your kids. These ain't the government's kids. And you can't even say mom anymore. You got to say birther. That's ridiculous. You sound like a piece of meat, you women out there saying birther. Hey, birther, come here. That's disgusting.
Let's get started on your next product.
Birther. Yeah. My God, like you said, if I would have said that to my mom, she would have slapped up. Oh, you know. I mean, they're definitely tearing up this United States purposely, and they're tearing up the countries around the world purposely. And you see how bad? What is it? 29,400 shares now. We got 29,400 shares. It used to be 35,000 shares. That went down quite a bit. That's all by design. This is what they want. They want you, government, please help us. Please help us, government. Yeah, and these are the same people that got you into this mess. We have people going to say, help us, help us.
Yeah, we're in a bear market in the stock market, so we're in a bear market now.
Yeah.
Fun times.
Well, it gets me mad. You see these picketers out there picking these teachers, they're teaching their kids woke stuff, transgender. I got a better idea. Take them out of school. You teach them. The hell with them.
But you
The
can't do that in France now.
yeah, yeah. Probably because France was actually teaching their kids good stuff at home.
Everything that starts in Europe, they always want to bring over here now, it seems like.
Yeah. It's going to be implemented over here. I tell them what. You tell them, kiss your ass. These are your kids, not theirs. Your kids deserve a good education. Their kids are going to have a good education and probably go into the government job like they are. It's already probably set in stone. But
Liz
Guru,
Cheney told us all about it.
yeah, yeah, she did that turncoat. Yeah,
She's got a daughter in law school going to follow in her footsteps.
yeah, that's what she said. It's going to be the new generation in government. Yeah, okay. Hell, her dad's the one that shot the guy in the face. Waited 24 hours before they reported it with a shotgun. The only thing that saved his ass to going to jail was that the guy didn't press charges on him. So they said it was an accident. If you know how to shoot a weapon, just don't even use it. And that's another deal, too. Your Second Amendment. They're trying to take that away, and they're doing it.
They'll
But
certainly
yet,
be able to do it with if you have a central bank digital wallet.
yep.
They won't approve those transactions. You won't be able to buy anything related to that, including some categories of knives. You won't even be able to buy a knife. You might, when Hillary was talking about the butter knife defense, well, that's what she was talking about. The only thing you might have is butter knife.
I heard about that guy, that incident with her. The butter knife. She said he must have been an amateur because he had butter in his knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it's just, and what is it? They got 80,000 new RRSs with guns. Now, why would the IRS need guns for?
To shoot
It's
you.
gotta be. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what it is. Old Bear will shoot you. You owe us money. But yet we can't have it.
That's how a Gestapo works.
Yeah. They are Gestapos. Yeah. They're worse than Hitler right now. Worse than Hitler. God knows how many people they killed with that stupid Kool-Aid shit. That was the most ridiculous controlled
Put
factor
your
in the
gun
world.
down. I'm here to protect you while they're holding a rifle against your head. This is the logic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for your protection. I appreciate it. Now, who the fuck's going to protect me from you?
Yeah. It's the truth too. But I want to see what happens with this if it's going to happen. If it does, I want to see how many people sign up for this. It'll probably be implemented. It probably will be.
Oh, I guarantee you it will be.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no
There's nothing.
probably about it.
There's nothing and no one out there trying to stop it.
No. Not at all.
Because it's their system, it can't even really be stopped. I don't even advocate for stopping it. I advocate for letting it run its course to secede and fall apart, and to get the fuck out of it as soon as possible. You know, any of their systems is not anything a sensible, logical, rational person wants anything to do with, anyways. It's all fool's bait. You know, everything that they put out, nothing of it is for us. Nothing of that is good for us, and even by default, anyways. It's nobody else's responsibility to fucking take care of ourselves but us, anyways. I don't know why people have this ludicrous idea like there's our well-being is supposed to be delegated over to other men for, especially one that their lifestyle is all corporate. How does that make any logical sense?
Actually, you should just walk in with your head in a hole and get yourself hit in the pad in the head. You know, bang. I mean, get it over with. That's something
Right?
the government is. That's something
Yeah.
the government is. Yeah. Yeah, got some feet here. Put your head in the hole and start eating. Yeah. It's good. Bang. Yeah. Next. That's exactly what it is. They're feeding us a bunch of, you know what?
Pretty
People are
much it.
eating.
That's
Yeah.
You know, that's what happened with Nazi Germany, right? It's like they wanted to see the dumb ones who would fall for it, get in the boxcars, right? And the dumb ones went in there, and so they eradicated the dumb ones. And in their view, they're doing a service to nature,
Wow.
right? That's
Yeah.
their view. I'm not taking a
Yeah.
judgment either way. I'm just putting their perspective out there for truth be told type thing. And that's what they're doing now on a worldwide scale.
Yeah, they sure are. They sure are. People can't see it. It's, you know, just,
They have so little regard for human life. They'll probably do away with incubators and any kind of assistance for premature babies.
They'll just fill them with CO2.
yeah.
Well, we
Yeah.
are the CO2.
That's right. Recycled, right? So here
Yeah,
you go. Just like that's what the corporate way is always. You know, feed murder, so that murder feeds onto itself. It's a perpetual cycle of death. That's why it's called corporation.
Yeah, corpse. Wow.
Mortgage.
That's right. Morgue. Right.
Yeah. We want more. Now we'll take your mortgage, take your house.
You can take this to your grave, and you do, right?
Hmm.
That's a death contract.
I'll let Guru phrase it, but how do you phrase it, Guru? A group of people get together that they're too dumb and incompetent to take responsibility for their own safety, so they get together among themselves and decide Joe Blow in the group is going to be sheriff and he's going to be responsible for our safety. But he's there because he's just as dumb as they are. But now he's going to be in charge.
Right.
Same level of incompetence.
That's
These people.
go ahead, Mr. Brown.
No, go on.
That's the patriotic logic. That's the foundation of patriotism right there. We'll take because none of us are competent, and it's true that none of us are competent. How can any of us be competent to regulate us without being God, without having all the knowledge and ability to see everything? So none of us can be competent. But since that's the case, we'll take some of us who are not competent and hire them to regulate the rest of us who are not competent, all in the name of patriotism. And we'll never stop this pursuit, because if we do so, that would be considered unpatriotic, regardless of the results.
And what kind of results are we seeing all over? Overreach of government authority.
Well, like
Lawsuit
they said,
after lawsuit. Every time they put out an executive order, every time they put out some decree, even legislation, it then gets a lawsuit put against it to see if it's actually legal.
Okay, I have a deep question for Roundtable, very deep for pondering here, and it would be coming as well from the eyes of perhaps the elitist-minded individuals look at it. But let's just look at this objectively for a second. And here's the question: should insensible, illogical, and immoral people be permitted to carry on?
who you asking? Both of us?
Everybody, Roundtable, yeah.
Okay. No.
Well, I'd permit them to carry on with the expectation that they're going to do the same thing as a chicken with its head cut off. they're gonna flop around until the blood drains out of them.
Right. All right. Now, when I asked that question, who was the presumption that I was pointing at?
Yeah.
I'd say the government people who controls us, the morons, the oxymorons, the one who are incompetent.
So now, putting the rest of the
Hold
picture
on.
in. Okay, go ahead.
But okay, the people are buying into it, and they're just as crazy as they are.
Okay, so there we go. The rest of the picture. How much of the population itself is sensible, logical, and moral?
I'd say zero, really.
So what you just told me then is that 0% of the population should be allowed to carry on.
In what way?
Well, that was the basis for the question for Roundtable, right? It was on a deep level. Should people who are not sensible, illogical, and immoral be allowed to carry on? Be allowed to continue to even be alive, procreate, be a part of life itself?
Well, life itself. Go on.
Depends on if you believe in natural selection. They'll eventually eliminate themselves.
Let's say if it were just up to us.
Oh yeah, okay. I think most people would say, "Well, no, we don't want
And
that."
If that's the case, then we got to side with the elitists, because we have to concur then that we should all be eradicated, because how many of us are logical, rational, and moral, compass-ridden people?
But they should be eradicated too, as well as we are.
I agree. I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
Where else is the lack of morals more evident than people that are instituting things that are killing people?
To be frank, I don't know which one is more or less, but I concur 100% that both of them are completely without sensibility, in my opinion.
But you know what, though, and I'm very serious about this. If the government left us alone, we, the people, us, the ones that we're talking here, could take care of ourselves. We don't need government. We don't need them at all. We've done it for what, decades and decades and decades until they intervened in our lives. But I'm serious,
So
we could.
so here's the thing about that. The people who realized that left the beehives. The people who haven't realized that, what they did is they did what I put out and what Frostley was just talking about in that quote of the day. Because the government isn't like this separate thing. The government is only some of we the stupid, hired by we the stupid to govern and regulate we the stupid at we the stupid's expense and choice and vote. Right?
with
So
no accountability to the
right,
to
right. Because none of us are sensible or have, again, we're we the stupid to have any accountability. Because who's going to be there to hold anybody accountable? Because nobody's competent to begin with. If that was the case, then there would even, the idea of government would defeat itself. There wouldn't need to be any. So it's a perpetual cycle on itself that is just defeat us right from the beginning.
but there's always been some kind of government control in
Right.
societies.
Right.
It's a new way. It's a new way to think.
I'll be right back. I'm going to need a cup of
To
coffee.
Sure.
it's a new way of thinking about the answer of oppression. Who's oppressing us?
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
if somebody's making me do something I don't want to do, that's oppression. They're
it's
oppressing me. Why would I want
yeah,
to elect someone to oppress me? Why would
right,
I want to
exactly.
support that?
Exactly. And what it is like the root of it is the idea. There's a bit of logic, I mean, people are trying to respond in kind to what do we do, and we have violence, and I'm weak granny over there, and some big tough bully comes, and yeah, there needs to be an answer to that. Otherwise, granny gets her ass handed every single time. So, but here's the thing: handing the responsibility over to the same bully is not the answer, and this is what people do. They think that the same oppressor is supposed to take responsibility for themselves. So yeah, let's put our money down on this one. Mr. Bully comes and chops Granny's head off, and then we're going to mandate that Mr. Bully write the laws so that Mr. Bully can put Mr. Bully in the cage under the threat of Mr. Bully's own weapons, and decide his own punishment, and decide his own judicial system and everything, and then get paid for it by us too. This makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Right. The truth of the matter is that at the root, it's just insecurity. And people are trying to figure out how to deal with insecurity. And instead of getting to the root of how to deal with that and where it comes from, again, the cancer, they neglect the cancer and they put all kinds of like band-aids on the cancer to try and solve it. And it just doesn't work. You can't deal with it until you get to the root of the issue, and you never will. And I submit that there is no blanket perfect solution to you can't change nature at its core, and nature at its core is we are born with the ability to collide. So that means if I create a knife and I throw it at you, I get to do that by default, by divine default. Forget moral compass and all that for a second. Just the arena that we're living in. We're living in an arena right now that we can't change. We can't change that, if we punch each other in the nose, we're gonna feel it, and it's gonna bleed and it's gonna hurt. That's the arena. And so people are insecure about that, and they're forever looking for a way to mitigate that instead of taking responsibility for their well-being. Delegate that away to the same people who potentially will harm me, or and just this idea of trust. As soon as you throw that into the equation, you're done. You're done. Nobody's walking around with an angel halo that is perfect and things about, especially when you got I also have to think about my well-being first, you know. I mean, if I don't eat, I can't even do anything to help anybody else anyways if I want to, you know. So people are neglecting a reality check about the arena that we're living here. Once we can start looking at it that way and stop neglecting that and coming to terms with that, then we can start to look at, okay, well, that's fine. How do we cooperate and work together and get to the root of the issue, which is solving where the information loss is? And once that happens, it's a whole different world. There's still the same arena and there's still challenges that happens, but people are no longer living in this inferior, complex, ego-driven way where they think that they have to, in survival of the fittest form, preemptively domesticate each other because I need to rule over everybody so that I'm not the one who gets ruled over at the end of the day. That doesn't solve anything.
And there are various religious societies. Take the Quakers, the Mennonites, and groups like those. They've adopted the nonviolence, turn the other cheek. Well, I mean, you know, they're not going to fight back no matter what you do to them. And they're still here. They're still here. They're still here. They're still thriving.
And far less insecure people.
Years. Yeah, hundreds of years they've been around.
Yeah, it's very obvious when you just look at both sides of the equation logically, which one is the, like, to me, it's all about making the healthy choice. What's the healthy choice? And to me, it's not very healthy to be living in a fragile, panic, fear mind state constantly, like the cops would, you know, where if a mosquito goes by their ear, they're afraid and ready to shoot somebody's head off, you know?
Yeah.
That's not healthy at all. And that comes from that type of focused mindset where, again, you're trying to go in that direction of domination and control. And if I can get everybody to be afraid of me, if I can get everybody to submit by fear to my will, then at the end of the day, I'll be okay, you know? So, and how I'm going to do that is making sure that I command them to, and if they don't listen to my commands, then, well, we're just going to blow their heads off. That's going to work really well for you when you got other people who think a little bit more clearly and can probably think, I'm just going to get rid of this problem by blowing your head off. No wonder you have to think about fear and worry that somebody might retaliate against you every second of the day. Of course, that's the result of that, you know? But hey, they'll never give off the badge. You know why? Because that would be considered unpatriotic. Can't fathom that. Bill, if you're there, looks like Mr. Frostley fell in the basement. Mr. Brown, can you hear me? Always the right timing. That's okay. I'll try and fill in the void. Hey, Graham. Just looking at chat. PG was with us. Graham, you still with us, Graham? Bio could also mean waste garbage, which would taste better. I'll let you go first. Look how crazy people get when people aren't wearing a mask. Yeah, we have to deprogram people, redoing the mind control, unplug, reboot, re-educate. Yeah. Yeah. To those who are open and interested.
Uh-oh.
And hanging in there. Oh, we got everyone back. All right. I held the fort for you.
Thank you.
I,
What happened?
I fat fingered my phone and my digital wallet was shut off.
You pulled a Mr. Brown, Frostley.
You sure
Yeah.
did. You sure did. Let that be a lesson to you. Yes.
At least I don't have to talk to somebody in China or the Philippines or something to get back on.
Yeah, yeah. How long will you wait?
Not very long.
Couple hours.
Yeah.
In a span of a lifetime, it didn't seem like much.
Oh, you just make me feel good. You sweet talking thing, you. Yeah, but you know that CBDC. That's a tricky word. CBDC,
Just call it central bank digital wallet. That's all
okay.
it is.
Central bank digital wallet. Okay. It's crazy. It's one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my lifetime. You know, and people are going to buy into it, and they're going to be suckered in so bad.
But I think we laid it out fairly clear how they
Yeah.
can get people to participate.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
they started within the
Money.
government itself. One agency pays another agency, and one agency needs their budget. They get paid through it. So it's all working real good there. And now, if you want to get paid by anything that the government is responsible for issuing to you, like your Social Security that you paid in all your life for, well, you have to sign up because that's the only way you're going to get paid.
Hmm.
The only
Yeah.
way.
No, what
Yeah.
they're going to do too, they're going to say, well, the inflation's so bad. Who did the inflation? Who's the one who kept spending money like it was water? The government. And our dollar's going down. You know,
And
and they
there'll
get
never
more.
be any accountability. There'll never be any accountability. They can once they're in charge of it, they can manipulate it any way they want, like they always have.
Yeah, like they're doing now. Like exactly how they're doing now. You know? Yep. And try to complain. Try to call somebody. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. I'm telling you. And they're going to be real quiet when somebody does get executed, not getting money. You know what I mean? They won't say a word about that person. They'll just let them die. Won't put it on TV or nothing. You know?
They gave everybody free money, told them to stay home, not to work. They're going to support them. They gave them all. They put trillions of dollars into the into the people's pockets. Well,
Now tell me.
that money is now going to create a demand because it's money sitting in your wallet. It really, when you're hungry, what are you going to do? You're going to spend it. You're going to buy food. Maybe you need a new car. Maybe you need something else that you didn't think you could ever afford. Well, now you got this free money. You didn't have to really earn it. So you're going to spend it. Now you're creating all this demand, and all this demand is causing a short in the supply, especially with the infrastructure interruptions, in the delivery of goods. So,
And
they
tell me you didn't
created this problem. They created this problem. Oh, but now they have a solution. Now they're going to fix the
Yeah.
problem they created by enslaving you
Yeah.
financially.
Tell me you didn't just see a dress rehearsal for that with the whole cooties thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what that was. It's a dress rehearsal for word, play by play, exactly what you just said.
And the next cootie that comes down the road, if you're under that system, you'll get the jab. You'll get the
You're
jab.
damn right.
Or you
You're
won't get
damn right.
paid. Or you
That's
won't
right.
get paid.
Except this time we'll just cut off your chip in your arm blows up, Shit
Oh, you
like
don't want
that,
to get
right?
the chip.
That's what's coming.
You don't want to get a chip in your arm. Well, we'll just shut you off.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if they can, twiddle their thumbs while there's no baby formula for the babies, if they can just twiddle their thumbs and not do anything for weeks on end, why would it bother them to shut you off so you couldn't buy any food or any of the necessities of life? It wouldn't bother them a bit.
Well, they're implementing it right now,
There's
testing it
a
out in Silicon Valley. The chip.
there's another good movie that kind of shows this narrative that was out quite a while back, maybe a decade ago now or something. It was with what's his name there, Leonardo DiCaprio. It's the one where their money system in that movie was it's just based on time, and they can transfer on this watch that's implanted in their wrists time from one person to another, but I forget what it's called. Does that ring a bell?
Yep.
Graham probably knows.
Yeah, I sure do remember that. When they're gambling and you got a lifetime time from that one guy.
I forget, but his mother, I think. Right, yeah. His mother, I think, ends up dying because she ran out of time, and he saved his girlfriend at the last second or something like that. Mm-hmm. It's been a long time ago since I've seen it. But again, these movies are just dress rehearsals for, and that's really it. It might actually even switch to a time-based thing too. It might be literally the digital clockism. Is because that's all that money represents anyway. As soon as you run out of time, don't you? You can't buy food, you can't buy anything.
That's true. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
That's why it's a hamster wheel. You got to get ahead. You got to run that hamster wheel faster before you run out of money.
Let's say you've been a good little slave, and maybe you're a slave that was born with a third ear in the middle of your forehead. Everybody's been making fun of you. Well, let's say that there's, maybe 100, 200 people in the whole United States born that same way. And well, now if they want to protect you from all this harsh treatment, they can just give you $10,000 a month free, because now you can protect yourself with that money. You can get some armed guards, and people laugh at you. Maybe you can beat them down or do whatever. It sounds crazy, right? But I mean, what I'm saying is they can select any class of people and just issue money to them.
Right.
You wouldn't even know it if they did it unless someone was to say, "Hey, I got this. Are you getting this?" Well, no, I'm not getting that. Why am I not getting that? Well, you're not one of the people in their select class that they wanted to give money away to support.
Well, hell, they're doing it now. People who want, the people who want a better business, it's not they have no asset, but because they're ethnic, right? And it fits their narrative, they get the money.
Yeah, see?
And that's the truth. Yeah.
You guys grasped my concept quite easily. You don't even have to have your ear in the middle of your forehead.
Thank you, Grasshopper.
They all have bottomless credit cards. But the credit card might be bottomless, but if they don't do as they're told, they're cast out to the wolves in a big way. See? So it's not like they really get a free lunch.
Yeah, there ain't no free lunch there on that.
You mean they lied to me?
They don't let us audit their books now. You think they'll ever let us audit their books in the future when we're in the slave class? I don't think so. I mean, they're creating money out of thin air now. I mean, they can credit anybody any amount of money they want, anytime they want.
Do you remember that saga a few years ago? I watched a bit of that. It was funny. It looked like they were trying to put the Federal Reserve on the hot seat to get audited, and then all of a sudden it just dwindled away in the wind. What happened?
Well, no, it was Bernanke in a committee before Congress. He just basically told him it was never going to happen. They're not
Right.
going to turn over any of that information. Period. They're a
Right.
private company. They don't have to. They
Right.
don't have to. They don't have to do what the government wants. That's the
Right.
whole issue. That's the whole issue here. We're not dealing with the government at this point. Once you have the digital wallet, you're not dealing with the government. You're dealing with someone who's omnificent. How do
And
you say that?
if that was a culture shock and surprise to anybody, as if they didn't know, but if it was, they sure knew now. And as you can see, nothing has changed because it was supposed to be this way.
Oh, you want to hear a good one? This is I told Frosty about this already. Joe Manchin, he signed that infrastructure bill for $1 trillion. He was holding out. Well, I found out the agreement why he did it. He is supposed to get a pipeline put through his state, and he's going to make a lot of money out of it. Well, guess what they did? They welched on him. Now the state's going to be poor within a week because they're used to coal mining and they don't do coal anymore. So now they
So,
screwed Senator.
so he was banking on that pipeline coming in to replace the money that they were
Right.
getting from producing coal in that state.
Yep.
Now that money's not coming in, so they're going to end up in bankruptcy.
Yep. They can check that out too. That's in the bank. Yep. So to say, you know. But yeah, ain't that something? So they screwed their own kind.
Oh yeah, they're not really friends with each other. The
Because
mafias are compadres, you know. They literally hold each other hostage every single second of every day. That's what I mean, you know. People who like envy and think that these elitist people have the life or whatnot. No, they don't. Fuck, man. No, they don't.
Well,
It'd be
Congress,
terrible for that. Like,
the House of Representatives and your senators will be basically in the same position as the Queen. They'll have the same
right.
job.
You're
They'll
right.
be figureheads.
Absolutely.
That's all they'll be is figureheads.
And that's all they've been all along.
Well, I know, but I mean, now they'll have that status for sure. I mean, what else? They can't do anything without approval from the central bank. They got to get approval because if the central bank doesn't approve of, they can't do it. Right? That's the coercion in the system. So they're just going to be a figurehead. That's all they're going to do. The central bank's going to tell them what laws they want passed, and so in order to have a semblance of legality, they'll just pass the law.
The only thing that's changing is the perception in the public eye. They're just being more upfront about how things are working. That's all. But it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's perception, no question,
Yeah.
no question about it. But that's the
Because the United Nations is really right. Them 13 families and above. You know, they've been calling their shots the whole time, and they're just consolidating in the public eye. Look at it that way, making it easier for themselves because they recognize through their systems and through their sophisticated computational calculations that they're okay to do so. You know, the public is dumbed down and stupid enough and weak enough to fall for the narrative, and so that's less demand on us to have to portray the personification so hard. You know, they want life as easy as they can for themselves.
Well, that's how these corporations get big, become a country of their own. Some of them, financially.
Yeah, that's basically what a corporation is. Yeah,
they start a small company, and then they buy out this company, and then they buy out that company. They eliminate the competition all along the way until they're at the top.
Right. In the name of profit, because especially when they have a legal obligation to do so, right? They have to swallow up the little guys. So either buy them out and do away with the competition, or buy out the business and usurp it, buy the business and usurp it, and now they've just increased their profit, whichever makes most sense financially to do so.
Well, we got some.
And so So, they put the incentive out to the little people first. They say, okay, here, you do the dirty work for us, and you come and register with us. We'll give you the permission, even though you don't need it. We'll give you the permission, and you can use our money. We'll even loan you the money to start a business and do this and do our dirty work for us. Get it up and running and get it sophisticated enough where it's worth something of value. And then we'll take over. We'll buy you out. We'll give you $7 million. Go walk away, right? And it's not even an option. No. We're not asking you to walk away. You're saying you take $7 million and walk away quietly, or we'll just, we'll put you under another way, and we'll present it in the paper the way we want it to, and that's how that goes.
It's the horse's head in your bed that's going to get you to do it.
That's right, exactly. So and this is how it goes, right? So, and then of course, typically speaking, the self-employed little guy owner is seeing a heavy payout that would have taken him probably in the next 10, 15 years to see that kind of money anyway. He's going, sure, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, whatever it is that they bought them out for, wasn't like they were going to get away with that and get to walk away and scot-free and not. No. First of all, there's the taxes on top of that. Then you got to protect that, blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, they pretty much usurp most of it back. If you look at on paper, most little guys, and especially people who win the lottery, because that's a lottery, actually, about 94%, I think, like that, something like that, of lottery winners go bankrupt, and a huge percentage of them actually commit suicide or run themselves ragged because of drugs and alcohol.
Yeah, they end up worse than what they were before they won the lottery.
Right. So thank you very much. We'll fund your vice of choice to toxify yourself to your death. Thanks for doing our dirty work for our corporation. We'll take over from now. Have a nice day. That's the way it goes.
I like to tell you how much of liars they are, and they are. We have a lotto here in Michigan. Oh, we get a lotto going. If you vote it in, it's going to help the schools. The district will never be poor. The infrastructure. Shit. I don't know what happened to that money. School, they're still hurting. You know what I mean? Lie like a son of a gun.
Yeah, see, that when they rolled the lottery out, that was the big deal. Now you don't hear anything about it. You don't see any of that money either.
Nope, nothing at all. Mm-mm.
No accountability. Nobody's checking up on it. There's no check and balance on their bullshit.
Robbing the people blind left and right. They're doing it too, getting away with it, and people just let them go. Don't say a word. But people are fool enough to buy it all the time. Lotto tickets. You can't win if you don't play. No, you can't lose if you don't play.
When I was in school, I got bullied a lot physically, and in my young years, especially starting from around grade 2-ish, and grade 3 and 4 was really rough, really rough, like every day, day after day, and the teachers didn't do a thing. I told them blah blah blah, and half of them kind of just dismissed it. A couple of them tried a couple times, and then there's the other ball of wax. Some of them encouraged it.
Wow.
And I told my parents, principal dismissed it. I told my parents, and my parents, the only thing they could say from their logical little brainwashed minds is, don't worry, it'll pass. It happens to everybody. It'll fade with time. No, let's get you in self-defense. No, maybe this is not good. I mean, some days I came home black and blue and shit. You know what I mean? Like, they did all kinds of things. The body checked me off of snow plows, in winter. You got the guys coming to shovel the big in the back there, and they make them big mounds. So we used to play King of the Hill and all that shit, and they would wait not 2 seconds to find me halfway up one of those to body check me 20 feet off that thing.
Damn.
That was your feet sticking out of the snowdrift.
Yeah, that was me. That's right. Little Took on the other side, that was me waving a white flag, right? Come on, guys. Yeah, that was me. And okay, so again, that's what happened to me growing up, and it's because, long story short, I was different, right? I didn't conform, and so most of my peers didn't like that. They didn't understand it. They didn't accept it, so on and so forth. They were brainwashed, blah blah blah. That's just how it goes. And the whole point of me bringing this up is to just showcase the reality that here it doesn't change just because we're older. We literally have the same thing going on. We have a bunch of complacent, passive, cowardly like people in population who are just continuing to let that bullyism and bullshit carry on. Even in in a more big way with the whole political arena, with the whole policing arena and military arena. All that is just extreme bullyism.
And it's all bullshit because remember what they tell you. This is for your benefit.
That's right.
Oh, thanks. You locked me in a cage. I didn't do anything wrong, but you locked me in a cage and I'm benefiting. Wow.
Right. So the same bullies that beat me up are coming later in the years and saying, "Hey, listen, I'm getting paid to protect you. Go fuck yourselves." That's what I say. Go fuck yourselves. I'm the first one who doesn't fall for that shit. See, I learned how to take a hockey stick and swing back. And once I learned how to do that, I realized what the answer was. Don't bend over and take it up the ass. The longer you do that, the longer you're going to have hemorrhoids. It's that simple.
Damn. I love a good hemorrhoid story.
Sponsored by Preparation H Cricket Edition.
Well, you figure we're like an adults, but we're still kids because we still stay in line. We're still the stuff that we're taught as kids we do today. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, where's the maturity, right? Where's the learning? Yeah. It hasn't happened for the most part. In fact, it's gotten worse as far as I can see.
Mm-hmm. You still get your rah-rahs in school. Same thing here. Rah-rah, they all stick together,
Right.
Yeah.
And now we do. Now,
it's one reason they dropped teaching history. A lot of these schools drop teaching history because they don't want you to know the brutality, the murder that was caused by governments around the world.
I think you're right, Frostley. History incorporated at best, right? It's very much bullshit what they teach, what they want you to know, and it's the same thing. So the only thing that's really happened in the adult years is they just got better at masking the bullyism. So now we have bullyism incorporated. Now we divide in teams. Now we put costumes and team flags and uniforms on, black robes, right, and personifications to further justify and legitimize the actions. Because they aren't. They have to go to that extreme. If it was legitimate, they wouldn't have to do anything. But because it isn't legitimate, they have to go to that extreme to brainwash people into believing their bullshit. That's why it's called the justice system. They're trying to justify what they're doing.
Well, they're doing a piss poor job right now. They sure are. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at some point when you're getting pulverized with the back of a fucking rifle against the side of your head at 17 times, when you're just sitting there, somebody saying stop resisting, you're not doing it. At some point, you kind of got to come to terms with reality that, wait a second, maybe this just isn't so legitimate after all. You think there's got to be a line there somewhere.
Well, it's hard not to resist when they're twisting your arm in such a way that it's ready to dislocate it it's kind of hard not to resist.
Right?
I
Yeah.
mean, you're not really resisting as much as you're just trying to protect yourself from being
Yeah.
injured.
It's your reflex to stay alive, and
It's human
but they know that,
behavior.
right?
It's human behavior. I
They
mean,
know that, and
to have a
they
charge, to have a charge against you for that with a jail
right,
sentence,
right.
a felony jail sentence, that's ridiculous.
They purposefully do specific moves to encourage that reflex to happen. They know exactly what they're doing. These fucking sadistic pieces of shit. They know exactly what they're doing, and they use it to their advantage. They twist an arm, they twist an elbow, they get the reaction that they're looking for, they get it on camera, and they use that to justify why they just took that guy's head and smashed it into the pavement, I've seen it over and over and over again. That's the type of thing, gentlemen, that fuels me to do what I'm doing. No holds barred.
And then you get to court, and the only charge is resisting arrest. Well, what the hell were they doing that to you in the first place for if you weren't committing a crime?
Well, yeah, I mean, the reality is the judge hired the fucking assholes. Nobody wants to talk about that part of the equation.
I heard well, I didn't know it at the time. I was invited to a party. What I didn't know is that the party was nothing but police. It was the guy that at his house that I knew.
Uh-huh.
He belonged to the fraternal police. He was a accountant for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I went over there, and they were all dressed, just normal. And then other cops started coming in with uniforms. Like, what the, And I heard one guy say, "Yeah," he said, "I stopped some guy. And he started getting lippy." He says, "I didn't give a shit." He said, "I just called backup. It was nothing. Would get together and beat the shit out of him." I went, "Wow,"
That's crazy.
So you got to hear some of the shit. Yeah, I just, I stayed there like about 4 hours and I left. But it's just wow. And then I'm wanting to talk to me because I wasn't a cop. You know what I mean? So.
And if there's a question about it, they just get a paid vacation.
Yeah. 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 What was that cop?
And a medal, right?
Well, a cop got caught doing something, and it took him 16 years before they even thought about taking him to court. 16 years. He was sitting in his office doing paperwork. 16 years.
For 16 years. Yeah, that was that Chicago cop.
That's what it was. Thank you. Yep.
He was part of an elite unit that they all went to jail or had some kind of charges against them, but they knew this guy was kind of guilty, but they couldn't prove it. It took them 16 years before they got rid of him, before they had enough proof to be convinced or something.
He probably retired.
16 years, he said in there, shuffled paperwork, $90,000 a year.
Right? This idea that cops can't have a criminal record to be hired. Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of lunacy is that? 80% of them, not 80%, sorry, 60 something, last I heard statistically, that was verifiable in the United States. I don't know about rest of the countries, but the United States, 60% came from the cells. They're inmates. The rest came, other than 7%, I think it was, came from the military. Only 7% were hired off the streets.
Well, you know what amazes me? I've never seen a cop yet with a bad driving record. Really, you think about it. They never get a bad driving record.
Yeah, you compare that to the general population. What are you going to see? There probably isn't anybody out there that hasn't been pulled over at one time or another and got some kind of ticket.
Oh yeah, I got my fair share. Sheesh. I sure did. Improper.
That's all right. Just know your sheriff's name. Just remember that next time.
Yeah. What's your name? Hemorrhoid? Shoot, my wife knows I don't like cops. I pass by, never mind. I just don't care for them. They don't do nothing for me, you know.
They're a bunch of thugs.
Yeah,
And I'm not,
well,
you know, it sounds like, I don't know, some kind of like, you know, sour grapes rhetoric when people say that. No, I'm literally saying they're a bunch of fucking Gestapo thugs. Literally. That's how they roll. They're mercenaries.
Revenue agents.
Yep.
me and Frosty were proved that the cops don't have any law to protect us. Nothing. They have no law at all to protect us.
No obligation under the Constitution to protect us.
Yep.
And the government has no obligation to use the military to stop any kind of invasion into the U.S. They have no obligation to do it if they don't want to do it. There's nothing written in the Constitution that says they have to use the military to protect us against a foreign invader.
Right.
And you need any more proof? Just look at our southern border.
Right. And even if there was, by default, there's no divine obligation just because something is on paper to do that. So it's back to that criminal con-like mentality. You're not going to get a criminal's mind to fall in line with any sort of sensible, rational thinking. Doesn't matter if it's put on paper or not. Doesn't matter if people think that or not. They're going to do what they're going to do because by default, we have the ability to. And this is a reality check that so many people just don't want to come to terms with because it means that, oh shit, it really is sort of survival of the fittest. And that means that I have to take responsibility instead of bending over and creating another hemorrhoid story for Frostley there.
Yeah, well, people are of the mindset that is the job of government to protect us with the police department.
That's what I thought. Yep, I did say that.
With the military, but there's nothing requiring them to do that anywhere,
right?
Written or otherwise.
Right.
They don't have to do it if they don't want to.
That's right. Just like we don't have to for. Just like we don't have to for anybody else either. You know, the rest of nature isn't either. The trees don't have to come and protect us. The dogs don't have to come and protect us. The squirrels don't have to protect us. Why do I'm not born with like this obligation, this divine obligation to be responsible for anybody else in nature.
Now, if you want to build a house and you get a bunch of beavers to chop the trees down, you might be able to build a log cabin. But if you're going to slab that wood and build a different kind of structure, well, don't count on the beaver doing it for you.
Here's what's also a divine default: cooperation. We have the ability to do this if we want. So we can blow each other's head off, or we can sit there and we can build a couple of tree houses together and enjoy the bananas and salute. Which one do we want to choose? At the end of the day, that's all that that's what it's about, you know? Do we want to be idiots, or do we want to enjoy nature's abundance together, you know? To me, it's pretty logical, but one problem: distraction. It's a bitch. It gets you every time. No, we can't do that. No, we got to compete. We got to fight. We got to get money. You got to have a bigger bank account. No, you need 3 cars. 2's not enough.
Oh, yeah. AOC, she makes $183,000 a year.
Right. That's what's
and
important.
She's worth $29 million, but she says she needs more money, a raise, because where she lives at, the rent's too high. Well, hell, move. You know, what the fuck? The rent's too high. 29
Go where
million.
your constituents are. Live under a bridge.
Yeah. I'd give her a tent. Sure would.
You gonna pop a tent for her?
You're more generous than me, Mr. Brown.
Well, I didn't say I was gonna put. I didn't. We could put holes in it for her.
Well, it was your use tent. I got you now. We're on the same page.
Yeah. Try the skyline. You're gonna love it.
The view from here is magnificent.
Worth every penny. $20. I'll take it.
Yeah. You get a little rains. In case you get thirsty, put a bucket here.
It's amazing how many people fall for the authority scam, the personification scam. Just put on a hat, and all of a sudden you look like you're legitimate. Just wear a costume. I have a badge. I am the law. Really? Tell that to my frickin' Doberman beside me.
Well, you know what the big scare is now, don't you? Russia's gonna nuke us.
Right.
Yeah.
I say go ahead.
Yeah. That's
Bring it on. Press the button. Hurry up. Do it.
Yeah.
Bull fucking shit. They don't got none of that shit. If they did, they wouldn't have the balls anyway, you know. Oh, we got underground bunkers. Are you going to stay under there for the next 400 years? Good luck with that. You know?
Yeah. But that's a scare right now. That's what everybody's hearing right now on TV.
Yeah. It works, right? It gets people to fall in line for sure.
Fear is number one factor people react to.
Right. Because, you know, I mean, we couldn't use logic and reason and wisdom to, you know, teach people that, hey, you don't have to be afraid. There's 17 trees over there growing apples. Don't worry about the 2 in your hand. You're okay, you know? No, we don't want to talk about that. Just hoard the 3 in your hand and make sure you have knives, guns, and nukes to protect those 3.
You're talking about Biden now. He has no common sense.
Right. He's one of them, you know, nonsensical people selected out from the pool of nonsensical people voted into office to regulate nonsensical people.
Yep.
Yeah. And he's got dementia.
And he's got dementia, right? As do the people, because they can't remember what happened the last 470 times they tried this fucking vote election system democratic bullshit thing that never works out. If that's not dementia, I don't know what is, you know. Oh, but remember, we got to keep doing it, because if we don't vote, if we don't participate, if we don't do that, what is it? It's unpatriotic. Heaven forbid. We don't want that.
And remember, we don't select who runs for these offices. We don't have any choice. We're not voting for the person to run for the office. It's selected by a group of people, and we're not in that group.
It's usually the same people always run every 4 years, you know, every 4 years.
And even if that was legitimate, you're still only voting for the fucking dictator anyways. Who cares?
There's never been as incompetent as you are.
Exactly, right? Thank you for telling me what to do, Mr. Incompetence. I appreciate that. I'm glad you know better than me.
Wow.
And on top of it, it's voting. It's under the under the guise personified of representation, not presentation, not reality, but representation, representation, right? So you don't even vote on anything sensical at all. You vote on dementia because you have dementia.
He's the best and the brightest, because that's what we select.
Hello, my name is Mr. Ed. The talking horse. Hello, you assholes. You think I'm actually talking? Yeah. Shoot, it's too much. Yeah. Well, listen, we got, what was it? They said, oh yeah, they're counting the days down. 44 days now, I think it is, before elections. Would be.
Just another circus Muppet Show distraction.
Oh, it's a money making thing. Oh, that's all it is.
Graham said sayonara a little bit ago it was half an hour ago. Oh, he's probably gone now.
Oh, tell him I said bye. Bye, Graham. Glad you showed up.
One of these days, I'll see if I can nudge him to come up. He's good to have to talk to as well.
He's smart, no doubt about it. Smart. He put some stoppers on there for us, I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's really deep and studied into the semantics of word magic.
Who else did you have in the chat? Do you know?
DJ.
Oh, she was there?
She was here, yeah, she took off though.
Oh, yeah.
Our language is a little bit different than hers, because we're different countries, you know what I mean? She didn't last long, she took off.
You guys want to see something funny?
Yeah, I would like to have something funny.
Okay, I'll show you this. It's on the topic and funny. It's a short video, 4 minutes. And actually, I sent it to you earlier today, Mr. Brown, in your email. Don't know if you got it or not.
I haven't even looked at my email today, that's the truth. I've been busy today. I have. Busy sleeping. Oh.
If I don't laugh, there's going to be a bill.
Sullivan.
You drive a hard bargain, but I know where the pay to the order of is made out to, so I'm not worried very much.
He kicked me out of financial.
I'm looking for a treasurer.
Okay, this is a short clip of a fellow that I just discovered, and he's doing what I used to do for maybe a year or so on Sunday afternoons. This was a typical Sunday afternoon activity of all sorts for me, and it just sort of brought me back to the days when I used to do stuff like this. So here we go.
Excuse me. Can I help you? Got your ID on you, different. Gotta get your ID. Do you have your ID though, man? What is it? Number 5. 5. Okay. You got your ID just so I know who I'm. Because look, man, this is a deal. Anybody could put on the costume. You know what I mean? Man. I'm not gonna play this game. No, this ain't a game. You got my badge number. You got my name. Okay. Have a good day, sir. Do you have your ID on you today for me? This is look. You're being kind of suspicious, dude. Look, most people just give up their ID. I told you what it was. Have a good day. So are you like a special human? Have a good day. Is there anything in this vehicle that I should know about today, man? Any drugs, weapons, burner phones, anything like that? Just so I should know about them, you know what I mean, for my safety? I don't know why you're being difficult, man. If you just cooperated, we'll be out of your hair in about 2 minutes. You know what I mean? That's all it takes. Just a little cooperation. We're just no, man. Look, I get you think it's funny. We're just doing our jobs. I actually find it quite hilarious. Okay, so, and that's your right, man. I'm just trying to do my job. You're right. Can I just ask you? Can you just go ahead and take off? No, I'm gonna sit right here. Okay, then I'm gonna sit right here. I'm allowed to sit right here. I'm allowed to sit here too. You're right. You are. But I need your ID. Just so I know, because, man, I don't know that you're a police officer. Right now, you're just wearing the costume. Well, you just keep your eye on him here. I'm going to kind of go around the vehicle and check out his info here. Man, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I was just on my way to grab some lunch. But when I see it's
we got pups. Hello, dragons. My name is John Minchin, and this here is
suspicious person sitting here. I gotta come check it out. Do you know what I mean? Man, look, just cooperate so I can get out of here, go grab some lunch. Sir, are you talking to somebody in there? There ain't nobody that I see. Are you on drugs? Hey, man, look, I don't want to have to do this, man. Let's just cooperate. We can all get along. You know what I mean? I'll be out of your hair here soon, dude. Look, I get it, dude. You don't want to cooperate? All right, but when I try to investigate, I need you to stop trying to retaliate. I will not hesitate. Look, there's the easy way or there's the hard way. Do you get what I mean? It's your choice. And I don't appreciate when you don't cooperate. So, man, I've been hearing some reports that you guys have been stealing people's weed out here. Do y'all smoke a lot? Man, look, I'm cool. If you're just smoking a little weed, I'm not gonna report or anything. I'm just trying to do my job, man. He's got his sunglasses on. That's a clear sign that he's been smoking marijuana. Sir, if you could just take them sunglasses off for me real quick, just let me see if your eyes are bloodshot or not, and chance you'd cooperate. And you get that your parking job here is awful. I'm just trying to put it politely. If I was parked like this in a public parking lot, I can almost guarantee you I'd get charged money for it. You just do it freely with impunity. No ramifications. Do you get what I'm saying? It's a clear parking violation. So, sir, look, I'm going to go write you a ticket, all right? I'm going to be back here in a couple of minutes, so just hang tight for me, okay? Sir? Can I help you with anything? Yeah, man, so I've got this here for you. If you could just, sir, roll the window down. Sir, I'm not going to tell you again. Roll the window down. Cooperate. Stop resisting! Stop playing these games with me, son. All right, sir. I don't know your name. I don't know where I can reach you. I'm just going to put this here ticket under your windshield wiper. Okay. You got 30 days to pay that, all right? Okay, if you want to appeal it and you want to get a hearing, you can use the contact information provided on the ticket, and you can get a hold of us there to request a hearing, okay? Okay, you have a good day now.
Well, that took balls. Wow. Really? That's he sounds just like a cop, too.
No fear, right?
Yeah. No, he didn't.
No fear. Yeah, I used to do stuff like that. I picked Sundays because Sundays were days that they usually put rookies out there. So rookies were easier targets. You know,
you broke the big good, didn't you? So how was your day? I had some stuff, no kid, huh?
Just another day training the police.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
He got just about every cop-slaining rhetoric there in one video. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
He didn't look too happy either for getting that ticket.
Freaking agents.
Oh, I know what he left out. Sir, where are you coming from? And where are you going? And where are you going? Where are you going?
Where do you live at?
He got, here's the deal. There was one other I realized he didn't get to, but I forget now. I have to try and think of it.
Keep a ticket. Pull out his windshield. The cop just stood there and looked at him.
What can he do?
Oh, she does too much. Oh.
I got a bunch of funny catalogs that'll go in the catalog. I got hypnotists who hypnotize cops right in the middle of an interaction, right before they're going to get a ticket for running through a stop sign, stuff like that. They use hypnosis. They keep
I
going.
would like to see that. If you have that, yeah, I would like to see that. That would be
That'd be
awesome.
cool.
See if I can pull that one right up, actually, if you want. Another
I wonder,
2-second thing.
you got anywhere they levitate them?
I like to see him cut in half.
Whoops.
Would you like some tape for that, sir?
We're going to need another volunteer.
Found it. All right.
Does anybody in the audience have tape, please? Glue? Messing aisle 3.
Pop the basement there.
Oh, what happened? I don't see it. Hold on. Oh, just water. There. Okay, there you go. That's because I put the thing large. There we go.
Okay, I believe this is the one from my recollection. Here we go.
Do me a favor, talk in between there just a little bit when they come
I will
up.
do. Will do. Ready?
Yep. Can't wait for this.
Just to catch you guys up on what's happening, I've got two of my buddies, Eric and Robert. We're in a small area near my house where the cops probably speak French better than they speak English, and you'll see in the video why that's important for me right in the beginning. What they're doing is they're driving around in their car. I'm expecting a call from them when they find police officers who are doing speed control, and we're going to try to go get the attention of these cops. Meanwhile, I'm going to drive around and try to, speed a little bit, burn a couple of stop signs. Like I said, nothing too dangerous. And I mean, it needs to be dangerous enough for the cop to want to stop me, but not dangerous so that I'm not endangering anyone else. And hopefully we'll get the attention of a cop. And so, yeah, I'm just going to start driving around, and I'm expecting a call from the boys if they see something. Otherwise, well, stick around, guys. Hopefully we'll see something fun soon.
Do.
Yeah, from what Rob said, he should be right around the corner over here. So I'm going twice the speed limit.
Okay.
I'll burn that stop sign. It doesn't look too dangerous, and because I think he's right. I'm not sure. He's right around there.
Okay.
Yeah, he's there.
He was? Saw him?
Yeah, he's a I don't know if he caught me though. Oh,
Is he coming? He's
yeah,
coming?
he's good. You got it? Hide the camera.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Hide the camera.
Okay.
He goes nothing.
Oh, I hear it.
He goes nothing.
2-minute mark. 2-minute mark. Pausing for pausing sakes.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's done for just for. Who is this guy anyway? Is he from Canada?
I don't know. Let's see here. International hypnotist Spidey uses hypnosis and NLP techniques to get out a speeding ticket. I don't know where he's from. He's got a Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, a website. Not sure. He sounds kind of Canadian.
It's
maybe.
in French. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask, break some time up here a little bit.
Monsieur, je vous arrête pour le stop que vous avez pas fait juste avant. Vous avez complètement passé devant.
I'm sorry, do you
Vous
speak
avez pas
English?
arrêté.
You speak English?
Yes, I speak English.
Okay, good. Then you can help me. I really need to know where the closest gas station is, please.
The closest gas station.
Yeah.
Is that why you burn the stop sign just ahead at about twice the speed limit, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's fine. But you know what? If we just forget that for just a second, we'll get right back to it. But if we could just forget it, we'll get right back to it. If you could just tell me where the closest gas station is, please.
The closest gas station, you just follow up there. At the end of the street, you turn right. It's the main street. On your right, there's a Petro-Canada, something like that at the right.
You know, it's funny because I knew that, but it's as if I just forgot. It's like, sometimes you get up and you go somewhere to do something, and it's as if you just forget the reason you're there. You don't know if you remember to forget or forget to remember. It's just as if it just slips from your mind, you know? But it's good that I found you because now I know where it is and I can go. I can just go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's there.
Oh, good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
He's kind of confused. He's just standing there looking. Don't say anything. I'm just gonna come back. Are you serious? Did you see him? Dude, did you see him? He was like totally confused, man. He completely forgot. So I know that a lot of people watching this are thinking it's complete bull, and a lot of people watching this are going, wow, this is really impossible. Actually, it's neither. I just use a series of NLP techniques that hypnotists have been using for years, but I don't claim that this is something that I can do every time with success. In fact, here's the proof. As you can see over here, I've got a ticket, $151 right there. I wish we could show you more of the official emblems on this ticket that makes it authentic, but we've been highly advised not to do so for legal purposes. But I do have quite the collection of these, so that's just proof that this doesn't work every time. I'm just happy it worked, you know, that one time, so you guys could see it on video, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks.
That is true. You can't hypnotize everybody, just everybody.
Right. Of course. But by the looks of it, it worked that time.
Yeah. Oh, that was hilarious. Hey, he's just standing there confused. Boy, I like that kind of ability, you know. So you forget, yeah, we'll go. You know, you forget, yeah, we'll go.
If you're a really good hypnosis, it would probably work a very good high percentage of the time.
Oh wow, I'm not that good. Believe me, but you know, like I said, I've only done it twice in my life, and I was lucky that time. You know, those 2 times. Yeah, it took me about, I don't know, 5 minutes to do it for each person. But it did work, though. It did work. It seems to me females are more accepted than the males do. I mean, because I did 2 females.
Your stream from the other day is okay? There's no problems? Because we did a lot, and we did a lot of talking to make sure. I just wasn't sure if it was okay.
Nope, nothing at all. I'm telling you, nothing was cool.
Good.
Yeah, I'm happy. You know, like I finally got my stream up there. I even got an award for it. Frosty gave it to me. He gave me an attaboy, 10 of them.
One fuck up wipes out 10 attaboys.
He's a nice man.
Yeah, generous CEO.
So it did work that way, yeah. So the IG, or what do you call it? Yeah, artificial intelligence didn't recognize it.
That's good.
No problem at all. Only got 12 views out of it, but no problem. Yeah. Some days I'm lucky, some days I'm not.
You know, it's even, but just because, forget about the amount of views you have at the moment, that all this is on record is very valuable and useful for future reference, myself as well. Like, I'm going to go back and listen to these things, and it really helps to move forward with the things that I'm doing. And I'm going to be referencing as well in future lives, you know, these conversations.
What do you got, drugs?
And where they are.
What do you got, drugs? What do you come back and look at my videos? Well, that's good, though. I appreciate that. For reference, yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the work is already there, right? I mean, we've had some very, very good conversations that hit the nail on the head, immensely quite a number of times, and that's a tool that I can use. We can all use.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been very, very knowledgeable. It's funny though, we talk about things now that I would normally not even talk about. You know what I mean? Seriously, about 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Real seriously, I just Frosty and I we talk back and forth all the time. We can see it. We can see it, what you're talking about. But just like you said, trying to implement it with other people, it's just whew, they're pulling teeth from an
Yeah.
alligator's mouth.
Yeah. That's the hard part about it. At first, especially, is the acceptance of that part. And also just the acceptance, looking around and going, whoa, the wake up process.
But I will tell you this much between me and you, and seriously about this, you better hurry up on your thing because things are going to hit the fan real fast.
Yep.
On your stream because you won't have a chance because once it hits, that's going to be it. It's going to be just chaos. I'm telling you, it's going to be chaos. It's going to be
Yep.
bad. So if
Yep,
you can
I'm
help
aware.
people out, yeah, I mean, seriously.
I think my guesstimate would be by the end of next year. Like I've said it a few times, I'll say it again. You got till if you haven't learned to be self-sufficient, at least got yourself well underway by the end of next year, you might be kind of passing over return in terms of being in trouble, so to speak. So yeah, I'm hurrying and moving as quickly as I can. I don't know how much of it is going to be all together before that, but it's okay. Even if shit hits the fan, and I'm still not stopping. I'm doing it all, even if it takes me another 8 years.
Wow. I don't know if you're going to have a chance by then. I'm telling you, it's going to be bad, Guru. Guru. It is going to be so freaking bad out here.
Well, so long as I'm alive, there's always a chance.
Yeah. Wow. It's just people just don't know what's getting themselves into. It's a shame about that CB. I don't know who the hell thought of that, but that guy should be shot. Really, that's terrible.
There's a lot of people that just won't be able to be saved anyway, regardless of whether the info is out there or not. That's just, we got to come to terms with that part. But for those who are interested, yeah, it's got to be there. And it is there. Like, again, pretty much almost everything that I'm putting together is not really any new information. It's just cataloging and conglomerating it all and simplifying it in easier to understand terms, which nobody has really done yet.
We'll put your link on the whatever you call it, chat thing, so that people can see it. That would definitely help out.
Yeah.
Get people to know who you are, what you stand for.
I will, for all one person that's viewing. That's me.
Yeah, well, like you said, they might just stop by and happen to see it, you know what I mean?
Exactly. I will do that again, always, because you never know. But that's okay. I'm just joking anyways.
They'll do a double take on Cricket Daddy.
Well, you can see how much people we have up here. They're really interested in the real good truth, It's amazing. But Frosty and I, we're not giving up yet.
New
Frosty
Guru,
said,
oddly enough, when I made my Facebook page, before I even really got going on anything, which I still haven't really got going anything, I actually went viral. I got over 4,000 friends on Facebook there. Oddly enough, that was kind of a surprise. But once I really get going, marketing is one of my fortes, experience-wise. So I expect it to be quite a flood, like the same things that I've done before in the past. I'm not a stranger to gathering and speaking in front of larger audiences in the tens of thousands and how to actually accumulate that. But you got to do the legwork first and be prepared, and that's what I've been doing up to this point,
Well, the thing is, it's happening so much faster than what a lot of us thought it was going to happen. That if you're not in a position to be self-sufficient right now and moving in that direction, to get as much off the grid. I mean, maybe you can't totally get off grid, but if you're not moving in that direction, it's going to be very difficult once they roll this out.
Even before they roll it out, it's getting more difficult every day.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I have the, I can teach people how to solve the financial part about it. But even with that solved, the one thing that is kind of a crux corner problem is supply versus demand. And as you can see, supply is getting shorter and shorter. So,
yeah.
But I don't see a whole lot of people, as far as I can tell, looking for air tanks. So I think we're kind of at the forefront, and I've kind of been saving that and haven't really revealed those things yet to a lot of people, just a little bit. And I think, again, that's even though it's so simple, that's a little bit advanced thinking, for most. And so I think that's really going to help to curveball corners that people would have a problem with. If I can get people to start thinking like that, then I think there's still a lot more of a market left for the people who still want to really get off the grid and be self-sufficient still with the energy for the time being anyways.
I hope so. I do. I just, because me and Frosty, we talked about what's going to happen here, and it's not going to be nice.
At the end of the day, we just have to know how to use the same materials if we want, that even the corporations are doing anyways. And we've got these 3D printer things, so they can do and metal 3D printers too. So they can do almost everything. We just need the electricity to supply that, which again is the stuff I was showing you the other day. And the software is the know-how. After that, it's just basically Lego. And so the only thing left in the equation there is the material to put in the 3D printers or whatnot. And for now, that can be bought. But when that can't be bought, then that comes down to our own self-sufficiency. Let's source out the resource ourselves, if that's what we want to do.
We're going to have to. We're going to have to do something.
Yeah.
We just can't figure no way out. That's what we're trying to do, trying to figure a way out of this. That's the key.
Yeah. Well, we needed to all along anyway, Why are we being so stupid and depending on these corporations for these basic energy demands and stuff like that? That's the crux of the matter, The longer we wait to know how to do that ourselves, the longer they get to give us hemorrhoids.
My problem is the money factor right now.
Yeah.
That's my problem. I mean, I got it, but I don't. I use it for emergencies. You know what I'm saying? In case something happens here, I got it. But the problem is, land is a little bit expensive here, and I like to find somebody who will just give me the land without giving a contract. I mean, without giving it to a deed to the county. You know what I mean? I don't like that idea.
If you need help, I'm all for it. If you need help with that whole process and whatnot, from A to Z, any help at all, questions about it, or that you can draw off my experience, or the process itself, or where to find people, where to advertise for that, how to locate people and land like that, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I just stuff
that.
Well, I get that one factor. That's all. If I get rid of that one factor, I'm all set. But I'll try to work on it faster.
It's just a matter of your challenge is finding somebody who wants to go man to man.
Exactly. Without going ape shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's all about, there's two things. Of course, if you have somebody that you're working with that's open-minded, that'll limit the headache with that. The second thing is you have to sell them on the benefits, so you can show them the savings, the cost savings. If we go man to man here, you don't, the amount that you would save on real agent fees, realtor fees, lawyer fees, blah blah blah, the whole 9 yards. Forget that. Instead, what we do, this has worked for me almost every single time. Instead, what we do is we go man to man, and in your neck of the woods, I would recommend using a what's that called? What's the agency that can do a lien check for you? We're on a brain fog here.
Oh shit.
Escrow agency.
They'll do that too. Shit, I forget. This is what I did, and it worked awesome.
But you can go down to the county if you know the property and check, see if there's a lien on a particular property.
Right, you can. So, but here's what I did. I used the service of I forget the name of them. Damn it! But that's what they did to, and they gave me a package deal for $80. I got an insurance policy that guaranteed that their check on lien was thorough, and if there was something that ever happened in the future, that I would be compensated. They gave me lifetime insurance in the package. In addition, they also handled the escrow part of the transaction for us. All that for $80, and the contracts as well. They double checked the contracts, so they used their attorney there to make sure that the I's were dotted and whatnot. All that I did myself anyways, but to have that service for $80, it was worth it for me. You know, I'm like, okay, because I was dealing as well with some time constraints, being that I'm up in this neck of the woods, and I was down in Texas, and I had about 3 weeks left. So I found them, and I said, okay, you guys take care of that. I asked if they could do the closing part while I was up in back in Canada. If we can do that at a distance, they said, yeah, no problem. You'll just have to use holy shit, I'm drawing brain fogs today.
Fax machine.
No. What the hell's the name of that fucking attorney thing when they authenticate your signature? Those guys.
Let's run it.
Notary public.
Notary. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
They said if you're willing to use a notary up there to certify your signature, then we can get the rest done down here. I said, yeah, that's no problem. So that's what we did, and everything went great. And I did that a few times. And so when the transaction goes through, I just tell them to give me the property deed and title, because it's my responsibility. We're not working with an agency or a realtor. My responsibility after that to go down and then register it with the county and the tax assessor's office. And so I just ended up not doing that part. Just held on to the title and deed myself.
I'm loving it. Now, there's no way they can come back on you in that, right?
So far in this case, no. So far, I haven't had any challenges when it comes to that. If there was a challenge, though, I'm ready to handle that. Then I would simply just demand proof of claim, whatever it is that they were claiming. Show me proof that I have some kind of an obligation towards them, and if that's the case, then sure, no problem. I'll fulfill my contract.
If they're still trying to collect from the seller because they don't know that the property's been transferred, they wouldn't even know anything about you. It would all be the burden of the seller.
Right. Now here's the kicker. This is what I did, Frostley. So I did a legal survey to have a legal thing on record of the land for the boundary, right? So there is a legal record of that. Okay, and I have the papers for that as well, and that's on record. But as you know, probably the survey office is not the same as the tax assessor office or the title
Right.
office. They're a
Right.
separate thing, right? So there is a legal boundary. So I have the legal map and everything, and it's all separate. So that's all been done, and I hold the deed and title. And I even looked in their department to see if, because the survey office does actually have to send the paperwork over to the rest of the departments so that there can be something in their system for when it comes to be registered. And it's there, but there's no title, there's no deed, and there's no name or representation. It's just a piece of land on their in their system. And because there's nobody who put a claim on it, for all they're concerned, there's nothing in their system that's sending off red flag smoke systems to anybody. So there's no reason for anybody to even look or double look at it, at that whatsoever. And as far as you could tell, if you did look at it, it would just look like a piece of unregistered land, almost like it was his own country type thing.
I know, but if you build a building or a structure on that and somebody noticed it, then you're building without a permit or whatever, because most people.
Yes, except this land is in unrestricted territory.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's no in this particular land, there is no regulatory body.
Right. I understand.
It was incorporated in the 70s, but whoever incorporated it left the corporation a long time ago. And so it's been left on its own, and nobody's been regulating it ever since. Even on the deed restrictions, there was like 3, and they were so minuscule, they're almost nothing. And on this particular property anyways, and even if there was, I wouldn't give a shit. That being said, though, so there is nobody to even ask permission to, and also there is no requirements, like there's no HOA or anything like that that's there or on record as well that you would need permission to get from this particular thing. If that was the case, and I really wanted property, which I suggest that's never really a good idea because you're asking for trouble. If you go and buy property in an HOA or a subdivision, now you're dealing with having to nullify contracts, and you can do that. It's just headache. You're asking for trouble, and then you're going to have your neighbors who are just like, oh, why doesn't he have to do that? Blah blah blah. You're going to have Karens up your ass, left, right, and center. And while you're legally righteous in your position, it's still going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. So it's better to find places, in my opinion, that are either
unrestricted. Yeah.
Yeah, unrestricted from the get-go.
Yeah, and that they're not as plentiful as they used to be.
Yeah, for sure. You have better luck when you get into like larger land purchases and stuff like that. But they're there in pockets, and then there's the second level subdivisions where they're kind of more on the outskirts and whatnot, where there's a minute HOA or a benign HOA, and they don't really give a shit, and you could buy your way out of those. People just don't really give a shit. So you just gotta kind of feel it out, depending on the circumstance. But to this day, I haven't had any calls or anything like that, and it is the legal description is in their system, but the title and deed isn't registered in their system, and there's no name or anything attached to that they could even try and put some sort of a compensation request to.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That is
and they can't ask my neighbor for the tax anymore of that of my side of the property, because that was the point of me doing the survey, is to take away his financial responsibility. And I would have heard from him, if you better believe it, if he still had the same tax bill for the last 8 years, he certainly would have noticed,
Mm-hmm.
You know, why the fuck is my tax bill still the same? What's going on, right?
Damn guru. Him and his cricket farms. Yeah. Him and his cricket farms. Yeah.
Yeah. Not that the taxes were all that much, anyways. I mean, it was a 3-acre plot that we divided in two, and on his, he's got some improvements. He's got a big, what are those houses called? You know, the ones that
A-frame.
a mobile home. He's got yeah, he's got a mobile home. It's a large one. Got a couple sheds, and a few other little buildings, odds and ends. And one, he's also got a septic tank there that he dug in and put in himself. He also added water. No, he doesn't have a well. He's got there is town water, Llano County town water. He brought to the lot, and so there's fees for that. Altogether, though, his tax bill was $180 for the year with all that.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah. So, you know, I bought that thinking, well, shit, you know, even if I had to pay any taxes, it's going to be pennies because my lot doesn't have any improvements. And any improvement that I do, I ain't fucking registering because there's nobody to register with anyways at this point. That would have been way back in the day. And I did some improvements. I put my fifth wheel there with a cover port over top of it, a shed. Started to dig for a well. We never finished that. And we, even though I did the off-grid thing to get started, we expanded from the electric pole on his side. I excavated a line to put a pole thing over to my side where my RV was. So if we really wanted to plug in, if something went sideways, we would have had access to do so and put a 50 amp thing in there, right? So I did put some improvements in there. And I could have put more water if I wanted or whatnot. And but all that, again, you know, I never asked anybody or told anybody. There's nobody to ask but me. Anyways, you know.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of work. Whew. Especially putting a pole in. Ooh. It's not easy.
Right. So
wow.
Okay. So again, you know, you're best to look for situations that are going to work in your favor. You don't want to go off the grid thinking right in the middle of Chicago. You know, I mean, it's kind of defeats the purpose, right? You want to set yourself up foundationally properly from the get-go, and then things go a lot easier for you.
Well, I'm going to have to do some talking there. Whew, boy. I'll try.
But long story short, too, that when I found the lot, and he was asking, I think, what was it, 22,000 or whatever for the acre, and I talked him down to 13,000 for an acre and a half. And half of the reason I got to talk him down was I said, listen, take the listing out of the property rental online, and he was also listed with an agent. Of course, it was on a commission, and I asked what commission was it, and he said 14%. I said, are you nuts? I thought they were only supposed to legally get like 6 or whatever it was. He said, no, or they can, whatever it is, it was 14. I said, oh, okay, well, you can take that out of the equation and let's just go man to man, and we'll go, oh, that's what it's called, title agency. We used a title office.
Right.
So
I've seen those before. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we used that, and for $80 instead, they secured the because even he didn't do that before when he bought the property. He thought that was good to know that there was no, for his property too, that there was no lien on it, you know. So, and I said, okay, I'll tell you what, we'll split the cost of that $40 for me, $40 for you, and then all of the savings that you got, why don't we just take that off of what you want to charge, because that's a savings for both of us. He said, okay, I negotiated him down a little bit further than that. It ended up being like 13 and some change for an acre and a half. And he ended up profiting more than what he would have if I would have paid him full price and we would have went through the agency.
Wow. Title agency. I'll have to look that up.
Right.
That's Thank you. I appreciate looking it up.
Yeah, they
Give me-
were real. She was a bit of a bitch, but aside from that, I don't know, PMS maybe or something. They were really good service. They were really good at what they did. They were really helpful. They were very transparent and very, very easygoing and cooperative. This office. So I was pretty happy with what we got.
Well, next time you're into a woman like that, do what I do. I just buy her a box of crickets with chocolate in it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, that would be a better. You getting any ideas there, Frosty?
Well,
I like the way he said, well.
it wouldn't be easy to find something like that particularly. It might not be that difficult if you don't look, you'll never know. But finding places that are unrestricted is a challenge because a lot of counties have. If there's not a city involved, there's always the county.
Right.
And sometimes the counties you'll have unrestricted property in there, but they are much more rare than they used to be.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So, and that's one avenue. And another avenue is going and finding somebody who already owns a big slice of land and they need a few bucks and they're willing to just slice off a couple acres on your behalf, and then you do the same process.
Right.
And then they'll.
That might be something that could be done more easily.
Yeah, it all depends where you're located and where you're looking, and also what kind of bucks you have to work with too.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, there's a variety of resources for that online. Craigslist is also really good, and for not only looking but also to put the word out there for yourself that you're looking for that.
Yeah, that's important because I was looking at some property and well, it would have been beautiful. The only thing is they allowed or couldn't stop or whatever a utility easement. I mean, right where you wanted to build, you would want to build a structure. There was a utility easement.
Oh, shitty.
Yeah, that was the levelest part of the land. Some of the other land was a little more downhill and then uphill or whatever, and so and that was a buy owner kind of thing. So you could have made a deal, but that kind of ruined it.
Right. Where was that? In Florida?
No, North Carolina.
Well, I don't know about North Carolina, but I know South Carolina is beautiful down there. Damn, is it beautiful?
Oh yeah, so's North Carolina. You go right through from Georgia up into North. See, I took a trip there last year, me and another guy, and we looked at all kinds of land. I mean, all kinds, trying to find something. I mean, some of what they had to show, was pretty steep. It was on a mountain.
There's another thing people do, and I recommend it as well. You can also go in and co-op with other people. Put an ad out and say, hey, listen, we're looking to purchase a large piece of land because it works out cheaper for us to do so. Maybe we're going to get 100 acres or 150 or whatnot, and we want to find another 5 or 7 people who have the same mindset. We don't want to do chemical farming and all that kind of stuff, and we'll divide it equally. And so you just find it. It could take a while, find people that want to go in on a deal like that, and Bob's your uncle. A lot of people do that.
You can also pick up land for back taxes because I actually there are people out there who will invest in land thinking that it will increase in value, and they'll actually pay it off. But every year there's taxes. Now the
Yeah.
taxes won't be much. Say on 5 acres, the
Right.
the taxes are like $45. But because it hasn't increased in value, and there, there was a lot of it that was subdivided, that's the reason why it hasn't increased in value. So, I mean, they quit paying the taxes on it. So you can go in and buy it for the back taxes.
Absolutely. Tax lien sales as well. I'm not too much of a fan of them because they're a little unmoral in my opinion, because, you know, and again, it's government is just usurping their thing on people, usurping the land back and putting it up for sale. But,
Yeah,
you know,
but if the taxes haven't been paid for 10 years, you know, the price that you're going to have to pay, for example, if it's like $45 a year, it's pretty reasonable to pay for
Yeah.
5 acres.
yeah, yeah. There's another one as well, abandoned properties. There's some people that abandon them and use the doctrine of adverse possession for that. Some people do that. They just go squat on properties for a while if it's not past the 10-year limit or whatever. Do a
Some
couple
states,
improvements.
some states, it's 18 years you have to.
18 years. Holy shit. That's a while.
Yeah. It used to be like that, I believe, in Colorado.
That's a minor gamble. You know, see, somebody might actually be doing that right now on my land in Texas, and I kind of hope they are. Because it's just sitting there, you know. I'm too busy with what I got going on. Eventually I'll do something with it, but, you know, I approve of squatters.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, but
as long as they
could be
clean
an
up their
issue.
mess, you know.
It could be an issue if you're spending a bunch of money putting structures and well and septic and all this kind of stuff on there, and all of a sudden they want to claim it back, and the 18 years isn't up.
Yeah, well, at that point it's considered legally abandoned. So, but you know, again, that's all. If you're tied into the legal system to begin with, it all changes depending on where you are. What's really interesting is on that piece of property there in Kingsland, if I wanted to call the cops, they wouldn't come, or an ambulance, or the fire department, they wouldn't come. The only thing that actually pays for is some kind of regulation on the city water. That's about it.
So let me ask you something hypothetical. You mean to tell me if I left this house, go on vacation, come back, and someone squatted in my house, they have the right to be there?
Yes.
Wow.
Legal right to be there.
You got to be kidding me. I would be so freaking pissed.
I would. I'd move in. I'd move right in with them, you know?
Yeah, and you'd actually have a heck of a time getting them out.
Oh, no. I don't
Legally.
think I would.
Legally, I mean. Yeah, not man to
No,
man, different story.
They'll run out, stark raving mad. Believe me. when I'm done with them, they'll run out, stark raving mad.
Right.
Because I'm moving in. I'm going to do what I want to do.
Wow. That is freaking. How the hell do they pass a law like that? Huh.
Look it up on YouTube. You'll see people, you know, they consider them squatters, but squatter is just a freaking smear campaign name, right? You'll find people who have done that. They've noticed abandoned houses and they've come in and sit there for 10 years or whatever, and they claim on the neighbors. A lot of times they're pretty pissed off because not because there's anything wrong with the individual, but because they had to pay a fortune for their house, and this guy got his for free, right?
Well, back in 2008, when they had that financial trouble, a lot of people abandoned the houses that they just bought because the interest rates went so high or whatever, and they didn't have a fixed interest rate, so they couldn't pay for it, so they abandoned it. And squatters moved into some of those places and lived there for years.
Right. And so be it. Why shouldn't they? Just going to sit there for nothing anyway.
Well, I have nothing against it.
Beat the system, yeah.
And if the bank didn't know about it, I mean, probably once it's abandoned, the bank, it goes back to the bank. The bank goes out and looks at it and everything. But if they don't go keep checking on it, you could have a squatter in there for 10 years, and then they go to sell it and find out you've been there for 10 years.
Right. Well, that's the way I look at it. If the insects still have divine access to it, and the microbes still have divine access to it, and the mold and the mildew still has divine access to it, what difference does it make if it's a fucking human? In fact, the human is probably got a better chance of keeping it up. Maybe not, but
or being more destructive than a bacteria.
Or being more destructive, yeah, it depends on the person, I guess.
That is bizarre.
Well, that's our world.
Yeah, that's the way it's set up.
Bizarro world. It's where we live.
Strange laws. No, strange rules.
Right. The rule of law is the rule of man. Oh, what a scam. Oh, what a scam.
Yeah.
Now, the government's got a bunch of land, and they could open up that land if they wanted to. I mean, it was just like back in the day, you've heard the term land rush. Well, that's what there was.
Right.
You go. It was open land. All you had to do is go stake it out, create your boundaries, and do a certain amount of improvement, and it was yours. It belonged to you.
Right.
And you had to register the boundaries and all that in order to have title. But yeah, I mean, the government did that. They wanted people to go out and get on the land and produce.
That still exists today. You just have to search it out. That exists today too. Just go online and look at it. It exists more in your neck of the woods than up in Scamida. It's up here too. Up here, it's more of a bum deal when you get that. It's kind of like, something where it's minus 47 for like all but 2 months of the year and shit like that,
Igloo country.
Igloo country, exactly, yeah. But I looked, the last time I looked, it's been a number of years now. But in your neck of the woods there's quite a lot. Typically, it's near towns that have kind of failed. And so they're desperate and looking to attract business at any way they can. And so they'll practically just give the land away and sometimes even put compensation on it if X amount of improvements are done within 10 years and stuff like that,
Well, I hear the state of Virginia is going to be opening up pretty soon.
The whole state is in tax sale.
Yeah. What if I can find that? Hold on here. Yeah, I want to find it.
I need to rinse a dish for mixing for my tea, so the water might be a little noisy, but it'll only be for less than a minute
problem.
here.
No problem.
What kind of tea are we having tonight?
Matcha. Choco matcha.
I got a can of Icelandic cod liver. You want that to go with it?
Are you going to sample it for me first to make sure it's all right and ready?
It says it's wild caught.
Oh, well, we're good to go then.
Rich in vitamins A and D. From the pure and cold Icelandic waters.
Ooh, that sounds good.
I don't know. I'm scared to open it. I've never been a fan of beef liver. I don't know how I'm going to like this.
At this point, you're taking your chances of cricket jumping out of any can you buy from the store. I'd be scared too.
Let's see what it says here on the ingredients.
Shit, I don't even know what it looks like to shop at a grocery store anymore. I haven't been in one of those in almost 7 or 8 years now. Actually, the last one I was in, no, I was in one here when I came back. Thought I was in Texas last time I was there. HEB, we were in there for a little bit.
Shit, I'm still trying to find this thing.
What are you looking for?
West Virginia. About him getting screwed over by his peers. Democrat peers.
You might also want to look at. I'm also aware in the U.S. there's that what's it called there? That list of very cheap properties that people can apply to buy. What the hell's that thing called? Should ring a bell when I'm talking about. There's a certain criteria. Go ahead.
Swampland?
No, not swampland. No. It's from an association or something, a government association or something like that. What the hell is it called? A lot of people who, I think you have to fit a certain criteria of less than 100,000 income a year or something like that, or that's what it was at that time. And then they'll give you the opportunity to purchase one of these houses for real cheap. I was surprised at what the houses were.
Oh, HUD?
HUD, that's it, yeah. So there may also be land properties available in that. I never actually went that far to check, but it wouldn't surprise me.
You wouldn't want those properties. No way, not
No?
those areas. Ooh, not the areas where they're at. No, there's some.
Yeah.
There's some
HUD
good ones.
stands for Housing Urban Development.
Oh, okay. So that's so they wouldn't hold properties in the rural areas and.
No.
Okay.
Okay. You wouldn't have a car left.
I see. Okay, we'll scratch that then.
Yeah.
Canada doesn't have anything like that as far as I know.
I'm just still trying to find it. Just fucking much freaking. Boy, I tell you, they're starting to do more and more advertising. They want your cookies and everything else on this damn thing.
Of course, you could always do the Frostly thing there, right? And, shop around Portugal or Peru or Mexico, a lot more doors open up.
I'll tell you what, I'd have a ball there, my wife would freak out.
Yeah,
Oh,
probably.
yeah, bugs. Yeah, that'd be it.
No, you have. I tell you, I got more bugs in Florida than I had down there.
Oh, she doesn't even want to go down to Florida. I asked that before about
Another
18,
opportunity you
18
can
years
do,
ago.
if you really want to do the bullshit legal method, is you can buy enough land and incorporate it yourself and have your own HOA. Then you write all the rules.
Well, that'd be nice.
Be your own mayor.
You know what? I only have one constituent, and she wouldn't listen to me. I cannot find this. I see it on the news about the state of West Virginia's going down. They're going broke, and I can't find it on. He, like I say, got screwed over by his peers. So,
Couldn't happen to a more corrupt individual.
yeah, but I wanted to verify it here. You think they'd have it on here?
He's willing to sell out the country for the people in his state, and he turns around and gets stabbed in the back. I really don't have any sympathy.
No, I don't either. He got it good too by his own peers. Wow. Just, I'll put it in other words here. Let's see. Now they're still fighting it right now. They said West Virginia Democrats are still trying to attack and oil and gas permitting measures to must pass spending legislation. So West Virginia divided over natural gas pipeline dispute. Okay, without all of its federal permits, the natural gas project cannot cross Jefferson National Forest or many of the streams and wetlands and its proposed path from West Virginia to North Carolina. That's what's stopping them right there. I could choose when Congress passes historical claims. I cannot find it. It doesn't say, the state's going down. But it does say about the pipeline, though.
Well, he made a deal on something that they couldn't they couldn't do anything about anyway.
Yep.
The people who made the promise to him couldn't do anything about it. They wanted to. So it was fool's errand to start with.
Yep. They basically lied to him. Stone cold lied to him.
And he's dumb enough to believe it.
Yep.
Because he didn't know what he was doing.
Nope. You're right. That's a good way of putting it. Wow. But you know what? As dumb as he is, he'll do it again, you know? You believe him. If he's still
just like that railroad strike. That could happen still because they rejected the agreement. They thought they had agreement, but it wasn't specific enough. There were issues, and so they didn't sign it.
Wow.
They could still end up going out on strike and shutting down. As 40 to 60% of goods being delivered will not get delivered.
That's a lot. That is a lot.
And compared to weather that storm, and you're living in the city, you're in big trouble.
Don't worry. I got it all set for us. Hey, Guru, can we pitch a tent there in front of your building?
Can we borrow your old Sears catalog?
Yeah.
Well, I fully intend on, once this project gets off the ground, I hummed and hawed for a long time if I should even include any sort of monetary thing involved with it. And then the more I think about it, the more I think, as I was saying to you folks the other day, even though I don't believe in the whole money thing and blah, 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 it's all farce, I still know how to beat that money game. And we can, with the strategy that I have, I could use it to, even though it's still synthetic, buy massive amounts of land and just let people use it for free. Get them out of the crutch of financial hardship. Solve that part of the problem. So I intend to do that worldwide once it gets going. We'll just keep buying and buying it.
Let me know. I'll move in and build you a guest room.
Oh.
And I'll put your heating cooling in.
There you go. There you go. Cooperation, right? You know?
Yeah, every day. Anytime you want to come visit, you'll have a room.
Right? No, seriously, you're thinking exactly what I'm thinking, right? Is we just resource together, and that's how it works. Whenever you want to travel, wherever you go, there's somewhere where you can go.
Well,
that's what I've done in my private life, but it can be taken to an exponential level, and I'm thinking to myself, why not? Why don't I just do that? Fucking at the end of the day, it's still people taking responsibility anyways, because they have to manage it. They have to, do what they need to do on any piece of land that they're going to homestead on. So it's just work together and use resources that are already there to draw from as a foundation.
Well, you have nothing to worry about with it. Me and Frost, your neighbors, we're going to be doing a cricket farm.
Yeah, just give me notice before you're coming so I can get the chickens out of the coop.
Right. Well, one thing I was thinking of is if it's in a co-op fashion, I can just make it I could just title it co-op fashion, and then so all the land is just nobody owns it. Everybody just has it's like a membership. Everybody can just access it. There's no cost to it. The only cost is just be there, participate, do what you're going to do. And if you want to tend to land and steward it, then have this piece over here. There you go. You want to travel and go to somewhere in Florida and do it over there? Have at her, you know?
They basically did that up above Boulder. There used to be a commune up there, and people just took over the land. There was a stream right on it. I actually went up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and experienced it. And they had a
That
van
sounds
going.
nice.
They had a van going to town and get supplies every day, every other day.
Mm.
And
sounds like an intentional community. How are they making out with that?
well, I don't know. That was back in the '60s when I.
Oh,
when that was happening.
That's when we had the love ends, you know, the burning of the bra.
I took a dive into the stream there, and there's this big rock, and I crawled out on this big rock to dry off. And this girl's walking by, and she's looking at me, and I said, "Hello." And she said, "Oh, the rock is talking to me." I don't know what she was.
That's how you know you don't want to drink from that stream, right?
Dear, the rock talked to me, and it had hair.
Now, another one was Bhagwan Shri Rajneesh. I visited that place back in the 80s, 1980s. He bought the Big Muddy, is what it was called, the big ranch in Oregon, right across the border from Washington State, across Columbia. And that's what basically he did. All those people on there, they had given up everything, and they were free to set up on that property, and they provided for themselves. They grew all their own vegetables, food, and everything. They're all vegetarians. But they got in trouble because they got quite large, and they started going into town and getting involved in town organizations like school board or this or that. You know what I'm saying? Started speaking out, and that started them on the road to conflict. Because people have been living in that community for a long time. They don't want to come in and listen to these whack jobs, is what they would refer to them as, or nut jobs, or
right.
You know, weirdos with totally different belief systems and all this. You know, they resented that impact on their community, so that started some conflict. But they were very peaceful.
Well, when Bull Billy comes down here, you know, after about a couple of days, I can't take it. I gotta go back up north. And he does. He can't take it down here. The rat race, you know, compared to his place up north, just beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my God! You can see the stars just as plain as day, and clear, clear night. Wow.
You know, it's a funny thing. When people who live in the beehive decide to go on a vacation to the lake or camping or whatnot, they're always so excited to go for the week or weekend or 2 weeks or whatever. But near the end of it, I never hear any of them ever have the same enthusiasm to go back to the beehive.
No, you're right.
Can't wait to get back to that hustle and work every day.
Well, I've heard. Oh, I gotta get that job again.
I used to think of myself when we did that as a kid. I was like, why don't we just stay here?
Yeah.
We gotta go back to that shit for it, like. And the truth is, why couldn't we?
It's surprising all the things that living in the city that happen around you within earshot that you just have tuned out.
Yeah.
Because I was living out in the country for a long time, and I had to go live in the city for a particular reason. and all the noises. It was so noisy in the city. It was unbelievable. It took me a hard time. It was hard for me to get used to it. I mean, a car just driving down the street, I could hear it. You know what I mean? I mean, that's something nobody even paid attention to was living on that block. You know, it was like they wouldn't even notice it. They've tuned it out for so long. But I heard everything. You know, the siren a mile away. You could hear all this stuff, and just it was uncomfortable. That's what it was.
Right. Noise, nothing but noise and distraction in a city.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not appealing, you know, but you go in nature, I could hear them birds and chirping all day long. That doesn't drive me nuts. That's beautiful. Waterfalls, you know, it's soothing. But in a beehive, how many times have you heard that dissonant train noise and go, oh, yeah, that just hit the spot?
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's surprising all the things that will make noise. I mean, if you're living in the city, it's just you're so used to it, it's all tuned out.
Drives me nuts. And you know they do that on purpose too. The actual frequencies that they choose for like the train sirens, all the sirens, even right down to the specific resonation that tires make on the road and the tracks and the sound of the jets. All of that is calculated and designed.
Once a month, the first Saturday of that month, we hear sirens, air raid sirens.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They're testing their warning system.
Yep, yep. And it's loud.
Well, these little towns used to blow them at noon. Some of them, at least the ones I was around.
Ours, about 1 o'clock. Starts at 1. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. The Pool Billy's place. It's nice.
Sounds like it.
It is. It's the water's beautiful up there. It is. You just wouldn't believe it. Clearer than a freaking wow.
I'll be successful doing that air pump thing, the compression thing.
Oh man, did you start something with him?
Good.
Oh man. Oh yeah.
Good.
Yeah. What do you think about? What do you think?
And got his wheels turning.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's thinking. He is.
That's what I like to hear and see. That's progress, and well, I'm very intrigued to see what he's going to make of that. See, he's intelligent. He's not going to do that. Somebody with his experience as well, if he didn't see something, he caught winds of something for sure.
Yeah, he should. Oh yeah, he's that way.
Even if he gets pummeled by rooftop snow every once in a while, he's still a smart man.
Well, I taught his brother. His brother's very intelligent. That sucker can read and just do the job. I've never seen a guy can do that. But I taught his brother how to do electrical. Gave him the idea, explained to him.
Right.
And he did a whole house. I went, wow. And I showed him how to weld. Arc weld. And he does that now. Now he does his own plumbing. I went, damn, dude, this guy does everything. I just can't believe this guy. He outperforms me now.
That's one skill I wish I had. I wish I would have taken advantage of that when I was younger, is learning how to weld.
Well, I'm not a professional welder. I can get away with it. You know what I'm saying? But I had it in college, one semester welding.
Yeah.
But I'm not professional, but I just gave him an idea how to do it. And it was funny when he tried to put the stick on there, it's stuck on the steel. And I laughed my ass off. I said, you got to strike it like a match to get it started. because that rod will actually stick to the metal.
See, little tricks like that are important.
Yeah.
I feel bad about not telling you to put water in the blender.
You know, when I drank that, I says, I think for us he did something here. That's what I told my wife. It's just a little too thick. I'm telling you, I put the ice cube in it when I get done blending it. And even the ice cube was so thick, it created an insulation. It wasn't even cold when I drank it. I went, damn.
Let's see, I was giving you the malt recipe.
You sure did. You sure did.
Well, we got Guru on here. We should ask him about Candida. What he thinks would be good internally.
Yeah, we're reading about that.
A lot of cleansing.
Well, yeah, something to what they say it was? It's a yeast. It's yeast inside the body that's causing you a lot of problems. It's out of balance for a reason, usually from antibiotics. How do you get it back? How do you get it?
Well,
how do you correct it?
It's a lack of probiotic, but it's also a holistic thing. So it depends on what you're eating, and it also depends on your environment. So if you got a lot of bacterial stuff and yeast, or not yeast, sorry, bacterial and molds and funguses and stuff going on, that'll help. That'll fuel it. If you're eating a lot of breads and sugars, especially refined sugars with a lot of yeast in it.
Nope, I don't have that.
Coffee. Coffee is terrible for Candida.
Are you kidding me? Wait,
oh no.
Are you kidding me?
No. Yeah, it's the last thing you want to drink if you have Candida. You probably wouldn't be surprised to hear this, but smoking is bad because anything that makes you acidic, Candida thrives on an acidic environment. So keeping your pH high consistently is definitely a huge key to getting rid of the problem.
Do you hate me?
Yeah.
I can't drink coffee now. Now you're talking about this. Oh wow, this is going to be a killer.
Those are things you can eliminate to help yourself, but what is it you can take to help yourself?
More cleansing that you are starting to get into. Making sure your diet is full of raw, fresh fruits, veggies, full of life, probiotic life in it, as well as I would say doing that BioK probably about 3 to 4 times a year, maybe 12 to 24 pack. And then there's also deep cleansing kits you can get for specifically for Candida that help to get right into the cellular level if it's problematic enough. And that's after you've done like the basic cleanses. So I could point you to that. In addition, one more thing.
I gotta go through this cleansing again.
Oh yeah, except much deeper. Remember, you probably forget, but when I was telling you about that, I told you that was actually the foundational stage setter of cleansing. You did that for a week, and then what we were supposed to do
according to
see where you were at. According to the directions, right. Is we're supposed to see where you were at after that, and then make some decisions as to where you were going to go. If we should go deeper and...
Can I eat just like sauerkraut for about a month?
Absolutely. No, I eat that all the time, and kimchi as well.
I love kimchi.
Eat a lot of that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if I just eat that, I should plus lemonade.
This is just going to help with the positive bacteria in your gut.
Okay.
And drink the juice of it too. The juice of the sauerkraut that they put it in the water.
That's salt.
Drink that.
That is salt.
Pickle juice. Dill
pickle juice.
Mm-hmm. That pickle juice is that salt? Salt water.
Mm-hmm.
Both ways.
It's loaded with the probiotics that are in the veggies that's sitting in the water, right?
Yeah.
Vinegar.
I love that stuff.
That would help.
Oh, I love that stuff.
Drink lemon water all day long.
Okay, I can drink that
all day long. Yeah.
Brush my teeth good too, because that'll tear up your teeth. Yes.
Oh, it will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get rid of chemicals as much as possible. Detergents. Replace all detergents for the only cleaning product you should use, if you need one at all, is baking soda and vinegar. That'll cover everything for cleaning.
Baking soda and vinegar, really?
Baking soda and vinegar. You can clean your toilets with that. You can clean your dishes with that. I don't even use that for my dishes. I just rinse them off with hot water once I finish with them. Good to go. I've been doing that for years. No problems.
Yeah. I'll tell you another story. My dad did it. He used baking soda and salt when he brushed his teeth. He didn't use toothpaste, and he died with all his teeth.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can use that even in your clothes. You can use it to wipe your counters with, whatever you want. Your toilet, you can clean your toilets. Mostly I clean my toilets with just a watered down vinegar spray bottle. I just spray the outside and the inside, give it a good wipe every few days, twice a week, and it's good to go. Once in a while, I add a little bit of baking soda on the inside, use that brush, make sure it's nice and thorough, and stays nice and fresh, nice and clean, nice and white. There's no bacteria, there's no smell, there's no nothing.
I like that idea.
And if you can eat it, you know it's not toxic for you.
That's true.
Right?
Yep.
You can sit on it without issue.
And that should be your indication of for any products that you buy. If it's not fit for ingestion, it's probably not something that you want to have in your household.
Okay. Well, the other thing I really have is bleach.
Take a shot of your dish soap every morning and see if it's something you want to continue using.
Yeah, if you're using petrol soap detergents, get rid of that. You are asking for trouble. You're literally you're using a derivative of gasoline and diesel to wash your dishes. No exaggeration.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Same thing with a lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of quote unquote, and you'll find the information of this in that email that I sent you about toxic products, that big one. A lot of people don't realize this, but 80,000 ingredients, unregistered ingredients, are petrol derived that are used in quote unquote the fragrance scam. So when you see the ingredient list, the word fragrance, that's potential over 80,000 petrol derivative ingredients that they're not required to tell you about as to what they are. So a lot of people are spraying themselves with these, Obsession for Men, Eternity for Men, perfumes and all this crap, aftershaves and all that. They're literally spraying themselves with gasoline and diesel. They figured out how to change the molecule slightly so that it has a smell similar to like a perfume, similar to like a flower. And so they call it fragrance. But it's fragrance incorporated. It's literally just a molecule is changed and it's a derivative of gasoline. So you're taking the bottle and you're dousing yourself with gasoline and diesel with a slight alteration in the model so that your brain picks it up through your nose and thinks that it's some kind of a flower additive or flour based thing, but it's not.
It used to be back when whaling was the big deal. I mean, they made perfumes from the whale oil.
Yep, I remember that. Yep, I heard that before. Yep.
What do you do for laundry, like soap, detergent, whatever?
Yeah, you can. There's, if you really want to, there's natural alternatives on the market for that. For me personally, I live a very odd lifestyle, very unconventional. So, New Guru kind of
Says it all.
says it all for the most part, right? But when I have to wear clothes, and I do, I'm so, because of my lifestyle, I'm so frugal with things. I don't need to do laundry. I wear clothes until a few times until they're whatever, and then I can just send them to a place that will do the laundry and put it for recycling or whatever. So I just wear new clothes.
Wow, really?
No, that's for me. That's, that's a little bit. Some people will call that extreme or whatever. That's not for everybody. That works for me because, again, it doesn't even cost me any extra. It's even budget friendly to do that because of my lifestyle. It just fits the puzzle. But second to that, you can use the same things that I was telling you about. You can use baking soda and water. You can even do it by hand that way, or throw it in the machine. Alternatively, there are more natural, not detergents, but laundry products, even at your regular grocery stores and health food stores. 7th Generation was a brand that I was using for a number of years until I just got right off of that completely.
So how much do you put in there? Half a cup?
Oh, typically, if it's still the same, it tells you on the bottle. Are you talking about those, or are you talking about the baking soda?
Baking soda. And
Just a tablespoon, and vinegar if something's really soiled. Rinse it twice. It's fine.
Huh. Okay,
Just a little bit. I just kind of eyeball it. But I don't even use, that's for fruity now. Like, I haven't used that for a long time. We don't even have a laundry machine up here, even though we're in a hotel. And we could if we wanted to. Again, our lifestyle doesn't need that, Fruity wears more clothes than I do because she goes out more. She does more of the gathering than I do because I'm doing more of the project stuff. So she does do a bit of her laundry to be more conservative in the bathtub. And that's what she uses. She also uses, she makes her own shampoo out of 3 things. It was baking soda, coconut oil. What was the third thing? For me, I don't need to use shampoo because actually I don't want to dox myself. So I'm not going to say any more about that. But she makes her own shampoo and toothpaste. And I use what she makes. And it's very good. The toothpaste is usually a bit of baking soda, coconut oil, tea tree, and sometimes we add a little peppermint oil or vanilla oil drops in there just for taste and flavor. It's nice and yummy, and it works like a charm.
Wow.
Sometimes we do a bit of oil pulling as well, which will just take a bit of olive oil or coconut oil, just a big scoop of it, stick it in your mouth, swish it around for about 10 or 15 minutes. Don't swallow. If you ever do that, spit it out. And you'd be surprised what comes out of there.
Are you writing this down?
It's all common knowledge. You don't really need to write it down, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is also recorded as long as the stream is. I mean, awesome questions, but yeah, it's a whole lifestyle thing, and for whatever you're using synthetically, there is a natural alternative that is 1,000 times more superior to whatever it is.
There's a lot of people making hand soap that are using good ingredients and not petroleum products.
Right. Right.
They're usually a little more expensive, but what I've found is they last a hell of a lot longer too. Like a bar of soap that I buy, uh, like I bought some bars of soap when I was down in Peru that were made with uh, healthy ingredients, and they last 3 times longer than a regular bar of soap that you'd buy in the store at grocery store. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I found too, especially with the laundry stuff. It was so concentrated that it lasted forever. So even the slightly higher cost was returned itself 4 times over. You know.
I got you guys beat. Huh. I buy Mr. Bubbles.
Mr. Bubbles.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I got you beat. You know what my soap is for my body these days?
What's that?
Water.
Water, yeah.
Yeah, you're
all I
tiny-
use.
I got tiny bubbles. In the wine. Tiny bubbles makes me feel fine.
Man's got it all together.
You'd be surprised when your body is clean and healthy. And it's hard to get it to the degree I got it. Like when you're living in a city, it's impossible because there's pollution everywhere. So there's always a buildup that happens after a certain amount of time. But that doesn't happen out in the countryside. It's pretty remarkable. But you'd be surprised if you're eating right and your mindset is right and you're not using chemicals and so on and so forth. Your body smells like the fruit. And so you don't require these like extracurricular rinses that most people do. I'll rinse off just to like freshen up and whatnot, give a bit of a hand scrub or whatnot. But I don't require any like masking of my body because my body smells wonderful naturally.
We're doing the wrong thing. You know that, Frosty?
What do you mean we? My wife, my wife loves the way I smell.
Right? And it's kind of an indicator. The way you smell is an indicator of how toxic you are. If you're secreting toxins through your armpits and defecating bad smells and odors and stuff like that, that's an indication of where you are with your health.
I knew I was onto something when someone told me my shit didn't stink.
Right? Now we're getting somewhere. Cricket gum.
Yeah.
Cricket gum.
Shit didn't stink.
I'm telling you. You know, when somebody said their shit smell like roses, some of us aren't kidding.
Yeah. Wow.
Especially if I start eating some of that lilac flowers.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's a little bit.
It's
a little bit personal with that.
Jasmine.
Can you repeat that, Frosty?
I'm going to have to look in to see if that night blooming jasmine is edible.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'll get back to you when I figure out what purple tastes like.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bit of an intimate conversation or whatever, but seriously, your shit should smell fruity and it should smell good. It shouldn't smell foul at all. If you're healthy, it smells like it's nutrients for the soil. That's what it's supposed to be, you know.
I could serve it like pineapple.
if your tomatoes are hanging over and growing mold, that might be a sign that, you know, fermented pizza was not the was not the compost you really wanted to be putting in the soil.
Oh my God.
So if you ever need a supplier, you know, to do like that doctor told you, you eat shit.
Oh yeah,
Right.
Oh my God.
That's what the doctor told me. That was one of the cures.
Yeah. They want to stick a tube down my throat, bypass my stomach, and put some shit in there. Young shit. I said, what? He says, that's the only way you can cure it. I said, that's bullshit. He says, and your breath will smell like shit too. Oh, well, thanks a lot. You know, I need medical. No, I ain't go through that shit.
So just to
I'd
give you
rather eat it, Doc. I'd rather eat it, Doc.
just a crash course on the coffee thing there, Mr. Brown. 4 reasons why it's unhealthy. Number 1 is it calcifies the shit out of your pineal gland and your joints. Same as fluoride. That's why it was hailed as a staple food in the Americas. That's the first thing, foremost. The second thing is it acidifies the shit out of your body, along with it dehydrates you. The third is it's a fuel for pathogens and parasites and funguses, yeasts. And the fourth is, why is the fourth again? I forget. Give me a minute to remember. The really fourth important one. Acidifies, calcifies, fuels. Oh, yeah, sorry. Now the fourth one is not typically the coffee itself, but the additives that people typically put into it, which is usually a combination of toxic dairy with artificial sugars, or sugars even if they're not artificial. All of that is also, of course, really bad for you too, and especially the sugars. They're a fuel for funguses and yeasts.
No, I don't take sugar, but I do take the milk. I do take the milk.
Okay.
That's creamer is what I take. Carnation. Oh, what the hell's the name of that damn thing? It's got vanilla taste to it.
Carnation creamers. Yeah, I've seen them.
That's what I take.
Well, I've gone more to tea than anything.
I gotta quit my coffee. Mother freaker. Is there
I
anything?
go to tea. Buy some of that hibiscus tea. I'm telling you, that is so delicious. I mean, that'll get you off the coffee a little bit, and you can experiment with some other teas because
those teas, turn yourself.
Those teas, that lemon tea they were making me from actual, I don't know what it was, but it was, you know, from the garden. Man, that was delicious too.
Turn yourself on to teas, and I'll tell you what, I'll do a bit of more research to see if I can help you out with finding some matcha. And if we don't have any success, then we'll figure out a way to send you some, just so you can at least experience that for the time being. How
Sure
about
would
that?
appreciate something. Anyhow, well, when we're eating, let's see. I gotta eat. Oh shoot, that's right. She made something. Okay, today's what? Sunday. Yeah, today's Sunday. So it's Sunday. Monday, I'll start on my regimen on the. God damn it. Sauerkraut. That's what I'm thinking. I'll drink the juice.
That'll help. That'll help for a lot of things.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do it for a month. I ain't going anywhere. I'll stay at home. I'll tell you that.
all of your raw whole fruits and veggies contain probiotic in them, especially if they're organic and the closer they are from the tree, the more of that active probiotic life they have in them. So
Now, what about yogurt itself? That's not gonna hurt me at all, will it? Of
course it will.
course
You're
it will.
talking all dairy is bad from you. Unless if you think going and sticking your lips to a cow's nipple is a logical thing to do.
Son of a. Okay. All right.
There is a bit of scientific wisdom, like those those things that you took there, the BioK. It's similar to yogurt, but it's not. It's the probiotic culture that is minimally found in yogurt, and it was started with a very small amount of dairy starter, but it wasn't, by all means, it wasn't a dairy product. They just had to put that on there. You were eating a pure source of bioactively available probiotic substance. Literally 100 billion in that bottle there was, or 50 billion, whatever it was, per bottle.
Nasty shit. Wow.
Yeah, it didn't tasted well. I'm okay with the taste. It's kind of like sour cream for me. Some people like it, some people don't. But don't confuse that with having actual dairy. I would definitely submit that drinking raw dairy from a healthy animal would be a far cry than any dairy from the store, and could perhaps have some beneficial features in there that could be missing in a human body that they didn't get because they didn't breastfeed, especially from an organic mother that wasn't synthetically contaminated. Perhaps a little bit. There might be some benefit there, but there's nothing that you couldn't get abundantly from the rest of nature and fruits and vegetables anyways. And that would only be a small little thing. And I don't really see most of the animals drinking from other animals thing, unless if it's a necessity of emergency. Their own mother died or something, they got adopted, as an adolescence as well, not as an adult. So dairy is just shit, especially the commercial dairy in the store, the corporate dairy. I was told in the schools, they trained us to think that if you didn't have 2 to 4 servings of dairy milk every single day, you'd be dead after 7 days. And we believed it, And I was having a lot of colds from my late teens, even before that, once or twice a year. But from my late teens to my early 20s, 2, 3, 4 times a year, I was getting coming down with some kind of cold. The first radical thing that I gave up, other than chocolate and sweets when I was 16, was dairy. That was around 21 or 22, and that took the amount of colds I was getting down to about 1 a year. Just that alone. That was the only thing that I switched.
All right. Well, I can't say I don't drink a lot of milk because I do because of my coffee, but cream I should say, but okay.
Yeah, you're just, all of this is just exciting the shit out of Candida,
Aggravating.
Sure. They're having a heyday in that environment.
Yeah. Guess what? They're going to have a heyday with that damn sauerkraut and kimchi.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a whole month of that.
Do that and drink lemon water constantly. Turn yourself on to teas. Stay away from the coffee and the dairy. And just that alone, I think, after a few weeks, you'd probably notice quite a significant difference. I don't think that would fix it all, because I think you probably got to go pretty deep, because you had them inoculations from the military and whatnot, right?
No, VA gave it to me.
VA, that too, right? I remember you told me.
Yeah, but I was okay until they gave me I forget it was either 5 or 6 antibiotics intravenously in the 24-hour period, and they knew
Right.
better. They didn't give a shit, and it took me about 9 years or so to figure out what the hell was going on. 9
Right.
freaking years, and then I read up on it, and I went, "You mother!" And it just when I read the antibiotics, I remember that day because I was okay until I had that.
Right.
Them
Well,
dirty bastards.
and this is the thing, you know, we can probably even, like I said, put you on some cleanses, and it would definitely fire it out of you for some months. But health is a holistic thing. So if you want to actually cure yourself of it, where it doesn't come back, then you have to look at all the other factors in the equation that we talked about.
I cannot conceive that if I ate just sauerkraut and kimchi and drink lemon, that should do something out of it. I mean, totally.
It will. It will. Yeah.
Unless I
And
starve myself to death.
well, that's the other side of the equation is to do some fasting, and specifically dry fasting. If you can do some of that, that'll definitely help yourself out. Not just with that, but anything else bad that's going on with you.
I can do 24 hours. I'm pretty good. I think my legs are fixed up now. Finally, it's just arthritis and the other stuff I was talking about, the candida. That's it. I'm done.
Right. Right. If I remember, you do already kind of intermittent fasting. You eat once a day.
Yeah, that's right. Once a day. Yeah.
Okay, so you're already that's a pretty good way to go. So if you could start with that, just do like for a month. Try just doing maybe on Sundays. Maybe your last meal is at 5 o'clock on Saturday night, and then you don't eat until 5 o'clock on Sunday. You know, and do that for 4 Sundays in a month and see what happens. Just to start out, you know.
Okay, I can do that. I can. Yeah. 24 hours is my limit sometimes. If I stay in the house, this is weird. I can survive 24 hours. Now, every time I go out with someplace, and it's funny, we went to a candy store, fudge and all that stuff, and I'm looking at it, and I smelled it, and I got sick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had to give me some food to get me better, but God, I can't believe that every single time I go out. But if I'm in the house, I'm all set. I don't understand that. But
That's what happens to people who are starving. If you're actually in starvation, food, the smell of food and everything makes you sick.
oh man, it did. I mean, I was white. They had to rush and get food for me real fast,
Mm.
And I got my ass chewed out for it. Everything, yeah. Wow, that's amazing. I'll be all right though. All right, I'll start the regiment tomorrow. I'll go get some more sauerkraut. I got sauerkraut here already, so we'll get some more. I'll get some kimchi and see what happens. I'll give the daily report to my boss, Frosty here.
Eat that lemons every day.
Yeah, the lemon water will help a lot with keeping your body pH tempered, as well as hydration.
Okay,
which is very important.
I use that lemon juice in a bottle.
No.
You go get some organic lemons, and when you get them, just take one, rinse it off real well, because the outside could have dropped in, at the end of some gasoline tailpipe or something. You never know. So rinse it off really, really well, and then cut it into 4 slices. This is what I do. And then I take one of those 4 slices, and I just squeeze enough to taste in about a liter to. Up here we have 1.5 liter bottles. Down there you probably got, I guess, gallons or whatever that's called.
Gallons.
Yeah, so I don't know what you're using for that, but I'll just tell you, for the measurements, we have these 1.5 liter bottles up here, and so I'll take 1/4 of a slice and I'll give it a good squeeze right inside the top there, and then if I'm really feeling up to it, I'll just stick the slice right inside the water after and just let it sit there for a while. Sometimes I don't, depends on the way I'm going. But you actually don't need all that much. Just maybe about 20 or 30 drops is enough to set that pH of the water near a 9, and just sip on that the rest of for the day, you know.
I could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. And preferably a spring or a glacier water. If you're getting that, that's doesn't have too high mineral salt count, and 0 fluoride if you can, and 0 chlorine. That's the best you can find if you're getting from the store, or even better yet, head up to Pole Billy's, and get as much of that spring water as you can, and bring it back and put lemon in that water.
Damn, that water's good. You just went,
Yeah.
oh, sweet.
I bet.
Yeah, I can give him a call and tell him if he brings some down there for me. He'd
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. Make sure you don't pee in it.
Like he did my doggone beet juice. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. Clay was a urine specimen.
That's the best beet juice I ever had. Oh, Billy, thank you.
Yeah, I told myself, I gotta look at this. That's what you do, pee in this. Oh, I left it on the car. I forgot. That sucker.
Gallons to liter. Let's see what that is. That's 1 gallon is. Let me switch that.
1 gallon is about almost not. It'd be a little less than 2 liters.
1 liter is a little more than a quarter of a gallon. So I guess 4 liters is a little more than a gallon.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You mean to tell me that you guys go? I know you go by liters, but you mean to tell me you spend like $7 per liter?
Correct.
And 4 liters is jeez,
oh
man.
Oh wait, no, it's not that much per liter. That's more UK price. Let me just look out here. I'll tell you what it is per liter right now. There's a gas station not too far away from here. Let's see, current price $2.16 per liter. So times that by 4, and that's Canadian price. 2,468. $8.1632.64, almost $9 with the conversion. That's about $7.50 per gallon.
Wow.
US.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Yeah, that's about what they're paying in Peru.
Wow. Here we pay 4 something right now. For premium, it's $4.59 a gallon. So far.
Yeah, high grade here was like $4 because I'm getting ready for the hurricane to hit. So I've been doing a little prepping, and I just filled up. It's $4 even per gallon for the high octane 93.
Yeah, they got us coming and going.
Yeah, anybody who sees the writing on the wall for getting to be self-sufficient, the first thing that needs to be taken care of is getting off petrol immediately. That's the first thing that's going.
I bought an electric lawnmower. I did too, yeah. It's got headlights on it. Still can't.
Is it a battery one or a plug-in one?
Oh no, it's a battery one.
Awesome. Well, there you go. Then you can recharge it with the solar panel.
Yeah, it's called an Echo.
But if you're really smart, you'd stop butchering your grass and start eating the dandelions.
I get poisoned all over it.
That's the thing in the city, right?
Yeah.
Even if you didn't do that yourself, you're going to have the neighbors crossbreeds and all that shit, right?
Yeah. I have to go up north where it's been virgin. You know what I mean? Where a dog didn't piss on it or shit on it or
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
Or I didn't piss on it. You don't kill the weeds, you know. Yeah, I'll get my shit together. All right, Monday it is. I'll tell you guys how I'm doing with this shit when I start eating it.
I bet you'll notice the difference.
Oh, you definitely notice the difference. Yeah.
But
also, like I said, raw fruit and veggie sandwiches. Yeah, fruit and veggie sandwich. Raw fruit and veggie salads.
Okay.
Every day.
Well, I can't get any better. I'm eating lettuce.
Another thing you can put within there that's high in probiotic is sprouts. Sprouts have high probiotic.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sprouts. Okay.
Yeah.
I love those things. They don't last long, but I love them. You gotta eat them fast.
Yeah, you do.
You can grow them yourself too.
Yeah, no, I just don't. If you see them, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I got a little bit of land back here, but
No. Those you grow on your kitchen counter.
Oh.
Yeah, in a
your
little bin.
Really? You broke? Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to look that up. I was looking for some seeds, and I looked at Amazon. Of course, I can't buy nothing at Amazon because they won't accept me for some reason. But $59 for I forget how many different seeds. I forget what it is, 49 or something like that. Different kinds of plants, That wouldn't be feasible with me because I don't need all the have the room for it.
What I would do in this case is I would go to find a farmer's market that's close by, and I would go talk to some people there and get a feel for somebody who you can trust a little bit and that you can go and visit. They open the door to their house, their little plot, whatever they're growing or whatnot, and see if you can scoop some of their seeds off them.
Okay. I could do that. I could talk to Poe Billy or somebody up there, We go up there.
Yeah.
Poe Billy knows a lot of people up there, so.
Yeah.
If I don't get shot. Entering Poe Billy land.
If you happen to get out in nature as well, and you start, if you have a good eye, or if you're not experienced yet, it's a good opportunity to learn. Just go for a walk and start learning a little bit of the stuff that's out there that you can forage and not just the edibles, but the seeds from the edibles. And then you've got wild heirlooms, and nothing beats that. That's the best you can get.
I could do that.
And then it's free.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah, plus you get a nice relaxing walk in nature. These are the types of things that I encourage people to do. Just go once a week if you want to get started. And there's all kinds of groups that do this as well. Craigslist is a great place to find foraging guides and foraging groups at just one source. People that carpool together and they go in once a week.
Well, I promised. Of course, I haven't seen him in a while. Told me that I go to Port Huron. I haven't done it yet. I'm trying to go there.
Mm-hmm.
I love traveling. I do. Always did. That was my goal. My wife and I to travel, but it didn't quite work that way. But I told my wife we're going to Frosty Land. See how the crickets are made.
Yeah, dress warm.
Dress for me. Dress for me. Put my flannel on.
So, see, the store I'm going to open is not Cold Cow; it's Cold Cricket.
Right.
Ooh, cold crickets.
Think it'll catch on?
I like the tune of that. Yeah. put a little speaker behind there, in the building, so everybody can hear the crickets.
Yeah.
If if woke caught on, I guarantee you it will catch on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
If they're dumb enough to go woke, they're dumb enough to eat a cricket, I'll tell you.
You betcha. It'll be hand in hand. I've
That
heard
would
some
get me.
people even say I'm woke and proud of it. I couldn't believe hearing
Are
that.
you kidding me? They said
Oh
that.
no. Yeah.
Oh man, that reminds me. I should get a T-shirt. I'm woke, and I'll eat crickets too. I need that T-shirt. I need that T-shirt.
I got that one that I gotta show you that. Hold on, if you can see it. I don't know if you can. Let me get my shirt from it. I walk around with this. Hold on. And a lady actually took a picture. I told you about that before. Hold on. Let's see if I can get it. I should have it here still. Should. Is this the one? Let's see. Nope. Ah, I got it. Yeah, here it is. I don't know if you guys can read this or not. Tell me if you can or can't. All right, let's see.
You're trying to put something up?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, yeah, it's gonna be in my my camera here.
Okay.
If I can just do this right. This is a shirt that I walk around with quite a bit. Right, where are we at here?
Socialism is any run government agency that always gives out more quality service to the American public. Lift it up because your name tags to the American public. The taxpayers with no accountability for poor service, and they still get paid every 2 weeks. Socialist government agencies are tyrants.
Yeah, I put that on there. I told them what I wanted.
Cool.
And I walked up with that with my VA. They didn't like that.
Well, of course not. Yeah.
So yeah, I had it made up.
You're treading on their paychecks.
Yeah.
No, not going to be happy about that. You're their bread and butter there, Billy.
Yeah. Well, one guy says, "Did you see that guy's T-shirt?" And I said, "I'll come back. You can see it more if you want it." Then they kept quiet. Yeah. I'm proud of that shirt. Cost me $30. $10.90. Like I was telling Frosty, I can't wear normal clothes. I gotta go.
That's the thing.
I gotta go big and tall.
That's you're sucking it when even revolting costs taxes, right?
Yeah.
And there's even tax on revolting.
Yeah, pretty bad, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell I'm for the government. Let me tell you, I'm just right there for it. You okay, Frosty?
Yeah.
You sure are quiet over there. You're up to something.
Oh, I tell you, my wheels are turning inside.
The wheels are turning inside.
He's running the cricket factory. It's a hard life, but someone's got it.
Yeah.
You sound like you're getting tired.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Cut, I gotta cut the front grass. I cut the grass 2 days ago in the back. I gotta cut the front grass tomorrow. Believe it or not,
Yeah,
though, that
I got a
came up.
little more prep. I've been waiting. I don't want to get too much gas from my generator right away until I see. I don't want to wait too long either, because if we wait too long, the tanks will be empty and the delivery won't be coming. And it won't be get delivered during the hurricane. So if you don't have it prior, before the tanks get empty, everybody filling up, exit, exiting the area.
I don't know who knows that or not. You might have a hurricane coming your way.
Yeah, well, we've been spared for many years. So, but this one, they got pretty well zeroed in on us, looks like, so far. But, that can change.
Hopefully it does. It changes to, back to Cuba.
But they're talking category 3, they
Ooh,
think. And that's no joke. That could
man.
be pretty devastating.
You got to sell a building, you said, though, right?
Oh yeah, it's Class A structure. I mean, if this doesn't survive, nothing will. I never leave, so I'll be here.
Yeah.
But I have an area reinforced with a huge I-beam too. Of course, the real issue is tornadoes. If the tornado hits inside the hurricane, that could be a problem, because I've seen those I-beams, smaller I-beams than what I got, quite a bit smaller. I got one that's probably, I don't know, it's probably 14 to 16 inches wide.
Ooh, that is big.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
Damn.
Yeah, I got it pretty secured. So I mean, I'll have a secure area if a tornado does come. But if I can't survive in that environment, well, wasn't meant to be.
We get hurricanes, tornadoes here, but very few and far. Very few and far. Thank God. But you know what? The way people are talking, oh, this never happened before. All of a sudden, they're starting to happen. All these, catastrophes. Shit, it's always happened.
Well, it's bullshit. I mean, we haven't had any significant weather, even a tropical storm, for the most part. I mean, all year. So this climate modeling, and this is all hyperboreal. It's all hysteria, and there's no science behind it. They cannot produce it. It's impossible.
But the way they talk, it's science. Bullshit science is what it is. I don't know.
Science Incorporated.
Yeah, that word corporation, government corporation, really stuck in my head.
It
I
took a
never
while
thought.
to get to that one, but that's the one that seems to help people really see through it.
Yeah, help me out.
Well, when I found out about it, I went on Dun and Bradstreet and I looked up the city, the county, the state, and the U.S. government. They're all registered.
Yeah, it tells you something right then and there. You know
They're
what?
all they're all corporations.
Yep, and they're all crooked. Every single one of them. When we get that CBDC and they don't say a damn word about it, that's bullshit. And they know it's coming. I'm done with their asses. Okay,
I've got
gentlemen.
a couple good memes as of recent.
Get some
Getting tired?
memes. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit tired now. I gotta get some sleep. I appreciate your help, Frosty. Guru, I'm glad you came up here to help us out too. Thank you. I do.
Yeah, anytime. Always
Yeah,
a pleasure.
yeah.
You guys have been a blessing. Really have. It helps out. Hopefully, people will listen to us. You know, hopefully, I don't know. If not, I'm just gonna have to go back and start breeding crickets. Shit. I wouldn't mind it, but they're so damn loud. Oh, he took off on us already.
Well, don't remember. Oh, what did Presley went down?
Yeah, he went down already. Yeah, he was tired. I figured he would be. Yeah. Oh no, he's surprised. He's right here.
Yeah, I fat fingered the phone again. I didn't want to say. I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. So
Yeah.
properly. So
I just told myself you were so tired. You just said, "Out of hell with it." Went to sleep.
anyway, appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
But
thank you.
That's the proper way. Appreciate you guys. Fuck off.
He's a character. I tell you, I like the guy. I swear. Thank you, though, Guru. I appreciate it. You told Fruity I said hi. Will you please?
Will do. And between me and you, I think, don't hold me to this just in case, but we got over the hardest page and we're polishing up the final 2 pages as a site. So fingers crossed, it might be ready tomorrow morning sometime.
Oh, that's great. I mean, you couldn't have hit it in a better time. Honestly, we were talking about you yesterday. It says, Guru's not ready yet, man. He's not going to make it because what's going to happen? We got to tell him. I'm glad to hear you're almost done with that. You know, seriously.
This part, anyways, you know, again, the rest, there's still a lot of work to do, but that's okay. You know, this part here is going to also attract people who want to help to get involved to put the rest together. And that's what I'm going to need. But I can't do that. You know, I can't ask for that from people without really something to show. You know, it's like I can say it all I want, but unless it registers in the head specifically, you know, so that's what I'm doing. I'm putting the legwork down and the foundation for something for people to see, you know, okay, this is the direction we're going, and then there's something to jump on board with, you know.
Well, then I'll tell you what I'll do for you. You should be done by tomorrow for sure. I mean,
if not tomorrow, very, very soon. Like I said, we just finished that page that I showed you the last time.
Yeah.
It was the hardest page of the whole pre-launch site. We wanted to make sure that one was done like up to par, $1 million page, you know, because it's the one that kind of A to Z explains the project. So we spent a fair bit of time on that, and we're at the very end of the page tonight. There's about 3 or 4 other little pages that I just got to make sure the words kind of match properly, and put a couple pictures to it, and that's it. It's ready to go.
Excuse me. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled. Do me a favor then, to help you out. When you and Fruity get done, tell me, and I'll have you up here and you can explain it to everybody.
Sure. So I'll be rolling it out in an email to start out with, and also I know you're not in there looking anymore, but also in the Hangouts room. So maybe for the next tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then the next day, keep a closer watch on your email.
I will.
Because that's where it'll come first, and then also, like I said, Fruity really needs a couple days off. She's been going so hard to get to this point. So I'm going to give her a couple days off while I work on some other things. And while we do that, we're going to have a little backstage stream. So, but just by invite private only. So you and Graham, yeah. So you Graham, Frosty, come pull Billy. You know, just our little network, a little tight knit network. You know,
appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet. If we have a time on that, when I send it out, I'll put that in your the specifics in your specific email.
Okay. I don't know if Popoli can make it. He had a death in the family.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It was his grandmother, and she lived to be 99 years. She missed it by 2 months to make 100 years old.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah, and so I'll see how he is. But yeah, you tell me, and I'll write to him and see what's going on. So.
All right. So is he busy then? Probably like all this week with that type of family stuff or
I
whatever.
think she got buried either yesterday or today. I don't. I didn't bother him. I didn't want to. But I'll find out more about it. But yeah, I'll get a hold of him and see what he says.
Okay.
But I'm just
All
saying,
right.
if he does, so you'll know why though. Because he's still.
Yeah. Well, I think what I'll probably do is, it's going to be a very informal thing. I'll probably just do what I usually do, which is say, okay, either this day or the next day or whatever. I'll just inform everybody for the whole day. I'll just like how right now you got the StreamYards open. I'll probably just sit there and leave it open, and everybody has the link. They can just come and go as they please, for the whole day or whatever.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah. Yeah. Like we do that. Look around and talk about it. And, us guys, and as we're looking, that'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit of thing of it, and then it'll help to get everybody sort of up to speed where we're at with that and where we're going next. And we haven't done something like that in quite some time because we've been so busy on this. But
I know.
So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that, and we'll have some fun with it. And then right after that, there'll be Fruity. I'll have more of a day off than I will because I don't really need one. I'm so focused on getting this thing done. I'll get right into the next part, which is the actual website right from there.
Wow. I'm happy for you. I really am. I'm happy for you. I know you've been working your butt off at this. Well, when you're ready, you tell everybody, and you can come up here and show people if you want to. When you get done.
Yeah.
I mean, I told you my stream's your stream. If you need it, you got it.
That's cool. We'll probably this week sometime maybe we'll plan for something like that after that. Maybe we'll talk about it after that gathering. What your plans are for the week and schedule a time for something like that. In addition to that, I'm also making a pre-launch trailer video. And so maybe that would be good. Hopefully it won't take me too long, but I want to have a trailer, like a minute or 2 minute long, kind of professional quality, something that shows that there's something pretty exciting going on here.
That's going to help a lot of people out. They don't even know it yet.
Yeah.
It's going to help a lot of people out. People who want to be, interested in this, for help.
Yeah. Right. Unity.
Yeah.
Talk about unity, getting people again to start taking responsibility for solutions instead of again, there's two sides of the equation, right? There's talking about the problems and the challenges that we have, and then there's the other side. There's three sides altogether. There's the people who do that, but then they don't do anything. They just sit there and cry about it and think that it's a lost cause and blame everybody else. And think make excuses. They don't actually look for solutions,
Mm-hmm.
But then there's another side of the equation where people are really looking for answers, but they're just stuck or they don't know where to start or whatnot. And so I really want to do something more for them and make sure that people have everything they need, especially with the times that we're in right now, to mitigate as much as possible with everything that's going on.
They have no idea. They have no idea what they're going to step into. But all right. Let me get some sleep now, Guru. I'm tired, and I will catch you later on. And when you're ready, you tell me, and we'll get things ready for you, okay?
You betcha. So see what you can do again about finding a match, and if you can't, if you can't, try again. I'll see if I can find a source that you can order online that's close to you. And if you can't, or I can't, we'll give it another week, I'll write it in my notes. We'll see about shipping some out to you because I really think that's. I think you'll really enjoy that, especially as an alternative to coffee, and also just the health benefits, especially for the stuff that you're talking about. The antioxidant value in matcha is 1,000 times higher than blueberries, and blueberries is like one of the highest fruit that has antioxidants. So it's really, really good.
Well, you give me the address. I'll find it. I'll get it one way or another. I will get it. Trust me. I just got to bear it down. I just been doing so much shit around here besides being on here.
I hear you.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work around here. But yeah, I will. And if you need anything, just give me a call. If you need to stream for something, give me a call. Okay, I'll give
You
it to
bet.
you. I'll just walk away and you can do your thing. Talk
You
about
bet.
whatever you want. I promise
You
you.
got it.
And you tell Fruity I said good night to her. And again, Drew, thank you very much. And I will catch you later on.
You too. I appreciate you very much. And Frosty, always a pleasure. If you're gone already, I'll just say it in anyway. I'm sure it'll be felt. Love that guy. Love all you guys.
Yeah, we love you. Believe me, we talk about you all the time. Good things.
No, it's
You
an
know,
honor for me too. It's an honor
you know,
for me too.
you be good and don't get in no trouble. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
Okay, have a good one.
Bye bye. Oh shoot! I forgot to shut that. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to shut it off. There we go. Good night, everybody.